Committee on Accountability of Public Officers and Investigation is called to order. This is pursuant to the Blue Ribbon Committee's power to conduct the hearings motu proprio based on Rule 10, Section 13.2 of the Senate Rules that provide that the Blue Ribbon has the power to conduct an investigation on any matter of public interest on its own initiative or brought to its attention by any member of the Senate. For the record, this has been taken up by members of the Senate in the committee, in the plenary on the budget deliberations. This committee will tackle the issues today surrounding the unauthorized proliferation and use of government documents by foreign nationals, such as the certificate of live births, passports, and tax identification numbers. So let's now take the oath of the resource persons. May I call on the Director General, Attorney Rudy Kimbo, to administer the oath.
Thank you. Those who are here because of the invitation, those who are here representing those who have been invited, including those in the back who were given invitations, especially the regional directors of PSA. Kindly raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? Thank you. You may take your seats.
Thank you. Just a few administrative matters. We'll conduct this hearing based on the flow that the chair deems necessary. So there will not be any reading of statements unless you're asked, because we already have, in a way, had almost like initial hearings on this, because as I said, these matters were brought up during the budget. So the questions, in the interest of time, the records of the budget hearing form part of the records here, so we don't have to repeat everything. And then in all the hearings that this representation conducts, I am very liberal about mobility breaks, because I feel it is an integral part of your health, in the same way na we will serve lunch when it's lunch break. I also require that you take care of your own health. You drink water, and if you drink water, you will have to go to the bathroom. So feel free to excuse yourself. You don't even have to ask my permission. Just kindly mention to the secretary that you're stepping out. If you also want to stand up to stretch your legs, because these hearings can go on for 4 hours, you're welcome to do so. You don't have to ask for my permission. But that's me. I don't suggest you do it with other chairs unless they say that you can do it, because I want you to have healthy body so that your mind can also respond in a healthy way. What else? I think that's it, no? And if you do have a statement to read, you can ask me, but be prepared that I probably will say no need, or I'll ask you to just read that part that is relevant to what I need to hear. Because as I said, I just want to keep this simple and as brief as possible, as everyone sitting here is a government official. So I thank you for your time. I thank your principals for the time they have given us to allow us to conduct this hearing. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. Good morning. So I normally give our colleagues the opportunity to make an opening statement before me, but since he literally just sat down, I will give him 5 seconds to open his notebook and to look at his notes and decide, or I'll go ahead, no? I'll go ahead, and then because the nature of my opening statement will be directly go into the questions. And may I ask the Secretariat and my team to remind me, as new senators come in, I will just remind them of the flow of this particular hearing. Senator Sherwin, I was just saying, for this particular hearing, because the issues were already raised during the budget deliberations on the floor, I will not start with position papers and statements, no? And by the way, some of you have submitted, and you're always welcome to submit any document that you want to the committee. So I will just go straight into my questions. And when I only have one other senator with me, it's free-flowing. Pero pag more than one na, hindi na free-flowing dahil gumugulo na yon. Then I will ask that the key resource persons speak first before other senators ask question. But the first one here, gets to ask questions along with me because dalawa lang kami, and it can still be well moderated. All right, we'll start. So there have been quite a few reports on unscrupulous foreign nationals posing as Filipinos by using supposedly legitimate government issued documents. I say legitimate because in previous hearings, they have been confirmed by various officials that they are legitimate, no? So that is why I use the term legitimate. But we will establish that again today. Posing as Filipinos using these said government issued documents, such as Philippine passports, which they fraudulently obtained using spurious documents and through other illegal means. So during the plenary budget deliberations on November 9, 2023, just a few months ago, Senator De La Rosa made an interpellation raising the interception by the Bureau of Immigration and NBI of foreign nationals with Philippine passports. He stated that more than a dozen Filipino passport holders were obviously not Filipino. So hindi sila Filipino and yet they carry Filipino passports. He raised the alarm as it involves national security. It does involve national security because that means foreigners can come in and out of our country as if they were Filipinos. They could be a threat to our safety. They could be citizens of countries that in one way or another are not friendly to us. So it is definitely a national security issue. Our Senate President, Miguel Zubiri, also manifested in the deliberation that he received reports that the NBI had an ongoing investigation on the activities of a local civil registrar in a town in Caraga, Mindanao. The LCR, the local civil register, was allegedly giving out birth certificates, and the NBI caught several Chinese nationals who do not even speak English, Tagalog, or Bisaya. So the Senate President referred the matter to the Blue Ribbon Committee. I'd like to give an example of a foreigner using a duly issued public passport. I take time to give, I rarely give a long opening statement, but I need to set the tone of this hearing so that the public can also understand, because we have millions of Filipinos who are OFWs, and as I will present, even their own safety in their own homes, their ability to be secure in their person, na hindi sila kapkapan, na hindi sila ma-detain in our own country and worse in other countries, is jeopardized by these cases. So let me give you now the example. This is a foreigner using a duly issued Philippine passport. Vietnamese national who, for the purposes of this hearing and pursuant to the Data Privacy Act, the photo has been somewhat blurred. Blurred na ba yan? Sa lagay na yan? Okay. And will also be called by the name of Nguyen. So this Vietnamese national was recently deported by the Bureau of Immigration after being discovered in possession of a fraudulently obtained Philippine passport. The Philippine passport bore a name alongside her photo, which was different when compared to her Vietnamese passport. The questioned document, however, was found to be genuine and duly issued by the DFA. May I just know quickly from both the Bureau of Immigration representative and DFA if you're both familiar with this case? Yes. So, well, it's the Philippine Statistic Authority representative who nodded. DFA and Immigration, are you familiar with this case? Yes? Yes, okay. I'll call on you later. So, DFA said yes. How about Immigration? Excuse me. Who's here? Kayo po. Mr. Supan, you're the one here from... Are you familiar? Sorry, can you turn on your mic?
Not with the particular case, Madam
Not
Chair.
ba? Eh, kasi kayo humuli. So I'll just ask my staff to approach you. No? Baka naman familiar kayo, kaya lang nga tinago nga sa ibang pangalan. So I'll ask our secretary to approach you. Okay? Just pull him aside so that we can discuss this. And reminder lang that we're not using the person's real name. So this example is just the tip of the iceberg. The Blue Ribbon Committee conducted its own investigation, the Secretariat, and came across the case of an OFW. This is another case, no? For purposes of this hearing, and again, pursuant to the Data Privacy Act, will be referred to as Jane. This is a case naman of identity theft. So in this case, si Jane, the Bureau of Immigration intercepted Miss Jane as said person was a passenger departing at Naiya bound for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia via PAL due to inconsistent statements. This person, si Jane, sabi niya she is traveling for the first time, but the records of our Bureau of Immigration revealed that she had already had previous travel. So may inconsistency kaagad na nakita. In fact, lumabas that that person had already departed twice as a land-based OFW in 2015 and 2019 and had not returned to the Philippines since then. But here was this person in front of the officer and yet twice na siya daw nakaalis at hindi pa nakabalik. So tatlo na yung identity niya. According to Miss Jane, yun nga, it was her first time to depart the country as an OFW. She was not aware at all that there's another person allegedly using her identity at all. And based on her birth certificate, she has a particular birth date. I just won't reveal it na lang for her identity. Born in 1993. But she alleged that it was changed to 1990 by her recruiter in Maguindanao. So dun pa lang, kahit yung totoo niya na siya na yung totoong tao, na-change pa. To make it appear daw that she was compliant with employment age requirements. So pinatanda siya. And then she claims to have paid 1,500 for a new birth certificate. The recruiter was said to have taken possession of her passport and other documents and blocked her off since then, the 2014 recruiter. So anyway, can I now ask, BI, are you familiar with this case?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm the one who interviewed the passenger.
Okay. So this one you have personal knowledge
Yes.
of talaga. Okay.
The previous is
All right. Okay. And is the DFA familiar with this case?
Yes, Madam.
Okay. So sinabi ko na, pangalanan siya na Jane.
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, what happened here was, so it's you. What do you have a title to your immigration officer?
Immigration Officer Supan.
Okay. So Immigration Officer Supan was the one who interviewed her, and the outcome was her departure was deferred and endorsed. The person was endorsed to BI, Border Control and Intelligence Unit. So you turned over this person. But yeah, so basically, hindi na siya nakaalis.
Yes, Madam Chair.
When was this again? When did this happen?
January 25, 2024.
2000?
Just this year to 2024.
Just this year. Okay. All right. So anyway, I'm establishing that as some examples of the issues that we are going to tackle. So yung isa is Filipino naman talaga, pero may gumamit ng identity niya. So it's identity theft. And then in the first case that I mentioned, appears to be a foreigner who now has found a way to obtain a Filipino passport. So those are two separate cases, but clearly involving these people having documents that are these people, or in the case of the second person, somebody else obtaining documents that are supposed to be genuine and reflective of one person only. And it's now already in the hands of two other people. And in the other case, hindi nga Filipino. So those are our very troublesome issues. And later on, the questions we will ask is from the officers here from the provincial statistical office, no, pare-pareho kayo, and yeah, from the provincial statistical offices, paano nangyari to, and we also have reports na binebenta yon. So ang napakasakit is the question I'm about to raise, nabebenta na ba ang Philippine citizenship? At magkano para maging Filipino citizen? It's sad that I have to ask that question, but that is the effect of what we're seeing. Nabebenta ang Philippine citizenship. So, just to state for the record, it is the state's duty to protect and maintain the integrity and credibility of passports and travel documents. Grabe yung effect nito sa kahit sinong ordinary Philippine citizen, pero medyo mabigat ang loob ko, especially for our OFWs. Kahit sino naman na maharang, ma-delay sa atin pa lang sa immigration, syempre, hassle yon, hassle. Pero for an OFW who has spent all their savings, umutang na sa lahat ng kapitbahay, nagbayad sa recruiter para malaman na number one, hindi siya makaalis. Number two, may iba na palang inako yung pagkatao niya. And then yung buong future niya is at jeopardy. Kaya tinanong ko nga ano na nangyari dun sa taong yun. So sa ngayon, di pa siya nakaalis. So that's one of our major concerns because these Filipinos, our OFWs, are really relying on the sanctity and the integrity of our public documents. So I hope we can shed light on this and find solutions. Yeah, I'm ready to start asking questions, as I said, but I'd like to ask Senator Gatchalian if you'd like to make a few statements, and then I'll proceed with the questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, my interest in this hearing is related to the raids that were conducted on Pogos. And I remember in one of the, I just pull out my notes, one of the raids that was conducted by the Presidential Anti-Crime Commission on Smart Web Technology Corporation in Pasay City that took place in October 27, 2023. The Committee on Women, chaired by Senator Risa Ontiveros, went there to personally inspect. I went with her. We personally inspected the vicinity. And in that inspection, we were surprised to see legitimate, valid government IDs being held by POGO workers, particularly Chinese POGO workers in that facility. And let me just flash on the screen, Madam Chairperson, some of the IDs that were confiscated during that time. And these are valid, current government IDs. And I am made to aware that some of these government IDs require personal appearance in order for the different government agencies to issue the cards. But apparently, these cards were not issued to the person who applied for it, nor personal appearance were made to, nor personal appearance were required in the issuance of these IDs. So just to show on the screen some of the IDs, valid BIR tin cards that were issued, wala silang pictures, valid DOLE IDs and alien employment permit that were issued also to these POGO workers. And again, during the hearing, I was made aware that DOLE only issues these IDs to applicants who personally go to DOLE. But apparently, these applicants never went there personally. Apparently, they contracted a third-party company to apply in their behalf. We also saw valid Bureau of Immigration IDs. We also saw samples of ACR-1 cards. We also saw PNP IDs issued by Pasay in particular. So all of these IDs, especially PNP, this is a very common ID that most people use in order to acquire legitimacy when they go around town, when they eat in restaurants, or when they transact with barangay. These IDs are most popularly shown to different people to gain legitimacy. And lastly, we also saw bundles of PhilHealth IDs issued also to the same POGO workers. Sorry, the first, let us go back to the PNP. This is PNP Police Clearance ID, issued by the PNP. And we all know when you go around and apply for different applications, you show your PNP police clearance, especially for employment. I think this is one of the requirements to gain employment. So, Madam Chairperson, these are the IDs that legitimate government IDs that were issued to this POGO facility that was raided. And just to remind everyone, SmartWed was embroiled in prostitution. In fact, it's an illegal POGO that housed prostitution. Meron silang sariling KTV. Meron silang sariling massage parlor. They even have their own torture and sex den in that area. All of those people operating that facility held legitimate government IDs, making them legitimate people operating legitimate activities in Pasay City. So I would like to also, through this committee, I would like to also be enlightened on how these criminals managed to get legitimate IDs of government. If it was disclosed to us that personal appearance is a very strict requirement, how come these individuals managed to get legitimate IDs from various government agencies? So thank you, Madam Chair, for this hearing. And throughout this hearing, I will just propound my questions to the different government agencies. Maraming salamat po.
Just to make sure that we get the answers that Senator Gatchalian requires, what we want clarity on from each of the government agencies involved, which we'll do in proper order in a while, is an explanation of their procedure so that we can compare kung nasunod ang procedure, and that one important component is personal appearance, right? And then the second is precisely to determine if all the procedures were followed. Like, for example, yung sa TIN, or for that matter, PhilHealth, na comply ba lahat ng requirement bago mabigay yung ID na yon, yung clearance na yon. So be prepared, lahat ng agencies na ito. I'll get to you as we go along. But the first agency that I will call now is Philippine Statistics Authority. We'll focus on per agency, and then we'll go to another agency. If the input of another agency is required, we'll call on you. If you have something to add while that particular agency is being questioned, just raise your hand. If it's relevant, we'll call you. So I'll proceed now with the Philippine Statistics Authority. So Mr. Clemente Manaog and Miss Marisa Grande, kayong dalawa lang, no? And then I suppose you have staff with you. And then of course the from the different regions, right? The regional offices, right? Provincial offices. Okay. So So to be clear, ang function, no, normally I ask the question, but let's make it simple. So the mandate of the Philippine Statistics Authority is to carry out, enforce, and administer civil registration functions. And the books making up the civil register and all documents relating thereto shall be considered public documents and be prima facie evidence of the truth of the facts therein contained. So, sa madaling salita, yung civil registry functions nyo includes the issuance of birth certificates, right?
Correct, madam.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
And once these birth certificates are issued, they are considered public documents, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And as the law states, they are prima facie evidence of the truth of the facts therein contained.
Contained in the
Yeah. So kung nakalagay doon,
records.
si person X was born on this date, it's prima facie evidence that that is the birthday of this person, correct? And
That's correct,
born in a
madam.
certain province, and obviously may hawak siyang birth certificate. So the primary, I think one of the most important fact being established is that Filipino yung taong yon.
Correct, ma'am.
Okay. So with those premises, oh, I can't believe it. Senator Bato, with the stealth of a policeman, sat down and I didn't even notice that you're there seated beside me. Either you were so quiet or I was so focused on the response. Either way, we acknowledge the presence of Senator Bato de la Rosa. And for your information, sir, I already put on record that it was Your Honor who brought up this issue during the budget. We've established that at least as a fact that your statements form part of the record of this hearing, so they need not be repeated. But when you ask questions, of course, you may follow through on that. So what we have done so far, Senator De La Rosa, is we gave examples of the issues that we have to address, and then we are going per agency. So Philippine Statistics Authority muna. Wala na silang position paper. I just go straight to my questions and then I'll open it to the two of you and then we'll go per agency. Thank you. So, going back to what I was saying. Okay, so we've established that these birth certificates are of public record and it's prima facie evidence of the facts that are contained therein. So, based on our own research on the PSA website, there are a total of 1,455,000 live births in 2022. No, that's the latest statistics we have. And also based on the PSA website, more than 90% of these births, tama ba tong intindi ko sa facts? More than 90% were registered on time of the births. Tama ba? Tama ba yung intindi ko sa facts? So if there are 1.4 million births, more than 90% were registered on time. So there's 10% na delayed registration of birth. So yung mga babies. Tama ba yung intindi ko sa facts? Is that accurate?
That would be about correct.
Okay.
madam.
So what I don't have is how many late registrations per year do you have na hindi baby? And let's just go straight, na adults. How many cases of late registrations for adults do you have on average in a year?
Ma'am, we can check that from our records. We have not that ready at this time, but we can provide that, ma'am.
Well, kasi for me to
We will check, ma'am.
elicit the information I need, you need to tell me, are there 5 cases? Are there 50? Are there 500 cases? Are there 5,000 cases of adult registration? Because just an average, any idea? A dozen?
Ma'am, in 2021, yung late registration that are beyond 30 days, almost 900,000.
900,000. But how many here are infants or children?
We will get that number.
Okay, see, because the reason I ask is if I will assume that of the 900,000, 99% are infants or children, then that would mean only 1% are adults. And again, it's a guess because you're not giving me anything. So if 1% yung guess, then that is 9,000. But I don't know. It could be 0.1. It could be, I don't know. So should I ask now the provincial officers, ilan ang nagpapa-late registration sa inyo? Like sa isang taon, ilan ang late registration na bata, ilan ang matanda? Kasi yan ang topic natin, di ba? Kasi gusto ko malaman and then I will ask the ex-policeman beside me, how difficult is it if you tell me all over the country and how many provincial offices do we have? If you have 10 adults, hindi naman siguro ganun kahirap imbestigahan yung 10 adults na yon. If you have 100, humihirap siguro ng konti. If you have 10,000, di medyo mahirap. So you have to give me that number.
Yeah. Yung registration. We'll just retrieve the data, ma'am. We will get it.
Kailan
wala
kaya?
kaming internet.
Yung internet, di sinisi
Makikonnect
natin
din
si
kami ng
DICT. Can you call your office?
Yes, yes.
Are there offices you can call? Kayong mga provincial offices. Is there somebody you can call? Tell me the date. Tell me from last year. Tell me from this year. Oh, 1 month na lang, January. Ilan ang adult na nag-register sa inyo?
How many adults?
Pwede bang tawagan yung staff nyo? Kasi you're all aware, di ba? The reason for this hearing is that there are adults who have documents that are somehow not consistent with them being Filipino. So I would suppose you would come here to tell me ilan ang kaso natin na ganon, out of how many. Ano ba? Mag-break muna tayo? Sige, dalawa naman kayo, while Miss Marisa is on the phone, Mr. Clemente, how many of these cases are you aware of?
Of the two presented,
Yeah, or of many others.
we are aware of 7 cases.
7.
Referred to us.
What are
7
these cases? Can you briefly tell us what, I don't need the names, but ano yung scenario? That's not an excuse on
Yes,
what
yes.
I'm asking for.
Of the 7 referred to us, Madam Chair, PSA has conducted investigation on the 7 and
Iwanagin natin, what are we talking about? Are we talking about identity theft? Are we talking about foreign nationals that appear to have a
Yes.
Filipino birth certificate? What are you talking about?
these are foreign nationals referred to us that of the 7, 6 are falsified birth certificate based
Okay.
on our
Okay,
investigation.
from what provinces? Are they from any of the
From these
provinces?
provinces.
So sila mismo yon.
Yes,
Okay. So what are so your findings are?
That 6 of them are falsified, meaning the contents in the documents submitted to the DFA for issuance of passport. These are falsified. Yes.
But the content is falsified, but the document was issued as a public document.
And the documents are in our database. These are
Hindi.
submitted
My
to our
question is, yung taong yon may hawak siyang Filipino birth certificate.
Correct, ma'am.
Correct. And so, to the eyes of the public, binasa ko nga yung sabi ng batas natin, it's prima facie evidence na itong hawak na birth certificate ay totoo.
Yes.
At nakalagay doon na si Mr. X o si Miss X ay Pilipino. Tama, so far.
Yes, madam.
Okay, so upon investigation, nung na-report sa inyo, sabi mo, 6 of these appear na yung sinulat nila doon na sino yung magulang nila o kung
Yes.
saan sila pinanak o ano man, may falsified doon. But
Correct, ma'am.
the fact remains na issue yon. So,
Yes, ma'am.
so until you started investigating and until you withdraw that, it is a public document that people will rely on as truth.
Correct, ma'am.
Correct.
Mm-mm.
So, what do you need to tell me now kung paano nangyari yon? Do you want to refer to them or are you prepared to give me your conclusions?
Ma'am, we have prepared summary report on the 6 cases referred to us. We can submit this to the committee for
Di siguro you can give us a summary, like give me one case and tell me paano nga nangyari yon. Saan nangyari? O sige, let's use example itong katabi mo sa Bulacan.
ayan.
O ano nangyari?
The one in Bulacan. Do we mention the names, ma'am?
Do we not? What do we do? No. So no names. Let's follow.
Okay.
Let's follow the rule we set. No name. Just call him X.
Okay. This this is registered in Mekawayan City, Bulacan. The findings was that this is a falsified certificate of live birth. The document contains false and fictitious information, and the registry number used belongs to another person. This
There. The ano yun? The what do you call it? The what
registry
number?
number.
The what?
Registry number, ma'am.
The registry number. The
Ye-
registry number belongs
To
to a
another
different person.
person,
So
yes.
meaning to say, now there's another person. When you say the registry number, is this a digital
Yes, ma'am.
code?
This is a sequential number assigned to birth certificates when they are registered.
Okay, so when you look that up now in your database, possible na may dalawang lalabas. Kasi sabi mo it belongs to someone else already, right?
Okay.
That's what you just said, right?
Okay.
Ano sabi, the registry number has already been. Ano yung pagkasabi niya? What was the phrase that you used? The registry number has what was it? What did you say?
The registry number refers to another person.
Refers to another person. So kaya nga, so right now in your database, there will be that registry number in the name of another person and the name of person X. So there's more than one person now with that. So kung may kasalanan si another person, damay si X and vice versa. Kung may kasalanan si X, kung fugitive pala siya, kung mafia pala siya ng ibang bansa, o kung ano man, itong other person natin, kawawa. Am I correct? I just want to establish that fact. Am I correct? So in other words, let's use a very simple day-to-day occurrence in the life of a Filipino.
Okay.
Balak ngayon ni another person magpakasal. Ay, kasal na pala yan. So sa ibang, syempre, dikit-dikit naman yan, di ba? From birth to marriage to death, right? Hindi na ngayon siya makakapagpakasal kasi lalabas doon, ay, kasal na. So iwan na ngayon siya ng asawa, ng girlfriend niya, ng fiancé niya dahil may asawa na pala siyang iba. Tama ba? No, I just, because I want the average Filipino to understand this problem.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, may I refer to ANS Maris for the
Di
details
ba
on this
simply as a
case?
yes or
Yes,
no
ma'am.
muna yung sagot ko, yung tanong ko? Am I correct that if they look up information that refers to facts in a basic public document in the civil registry, because the registration number is now available to two persons, possible yon na yung status nung isa affected ngayon yung isa?
On
Because there
this-
should only be, let me ask a prefatory question. There should only be one registration number per person, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
So there is a problem that there is now two people who have that registration number.
In this case, ma'am, no.
Okay,
The register number was used by that person.
correct. But until you started investigating, that document of Mr. X contains the registration number that you found out is already assigned to somebody else, correct? So right now, in the world, there are two different birth certificates with the same registration number. Prior to your investigation, whatever you did to that document. Di ba yes? Di ba ganun
No,
kasimple
ma'am.
yun? Sorry. Yes. Do you want to answer, Miss Marisa?
Po, ma'am. Apologies. Yung case po niya is inassumed niya in filing the passport, yung birth certificate, ginamit niya yung registry number that belongs to the other person.
Yes.
But it doesn't mean naman na na-link na yung identity of that person kasi mayroon siyang legit na birth certificate yung registry number na yon.
Sino yung may legit? The other person.
The other person, ma'am.
Yes, but
there's a delayed registration case naman po siya.
Pero ano ba yung purpose ng registration number? 'Di ba it's for your files na pag hinanap mo yung registration number na yon, pag hinanap mo yung registration number, kunyari passport, DFA, can I just use you as an example? If you punch in my passport number, my name should appear, right? So if there's two people na pala, somebody had another document na ginamit niya yung passport number ko, edi yung system mo magkakagulo kasi baka minsan pangalan ko lalabas, pangalan niya o dalawa kami. Tama ba? Ganun lang naman kasimple yung tanong ko eh. DFA, yes? Yusek? Correct. So bakit kayo ba't hindi nyo masagot ako ng yes? I'm trying to understand ha. I'm not judging. I am just trying to
Yes, ma'am.
understand.
Madam Chair, the submitted birth certificate is a falsified document that
Correct.
use a different registry number that belongs to other person. Pero hindi po yun yung nasa database namin. And similar to the local civil registrar din po.
Madam Chair, can I interject?
I know.
Can I interject?
Yes, because I'm not understanding what's
Thank
being
you,
said.
Madam Chair. Yung paano nangyari yun? Paano nangyari?
Sir, it's a falsified COLB
Kaya
that
nga,
was
paano nangyari?
submitted
Paano nangyari yun?
per passport. So,
Can you give us, kahit na tourist lang, kayo man talaga ang PSA, can you give us your theory? Bakit nangyari yun? Paano? Paano nagkakaroon ng ganong falsified document?
sir, the information were in that COLB that was submitted contains different information. So, kumbaga it's a falsified COLB. So, hindi yun yung real na kanyang birth certificate supposedly.
Kaya nga, kayong nandyan, kayong expert dapat dyan. Eh. You help this committee understand paano nangyari yun. Imposible naman hanggang ngayon, wala pa kayong theory na nakakam up. Bakit nangyari yun? Saan kung falsified yan, saan posible nang galing? Wala, hindi niyo pinag-aralan yun? Hindi niyo pinag-aralan kung yung kaso na yun? Bakit merong falsified na document na ganon? At least for now, if you are interested on that issue, you should have come up with some theories kung saan ito nang galing, bakit nagkaganito, bakit tayo nalusutan. Mga ganun lang kasimpleng you don't need to scan your records or what. Pareho naman tayo may isarling utak eh. Isipin niyo saan, ano ba talaga? Bakit nagkaganon? At least for now, mayroon na kayong naisip na posibleng dahilan. Bakit nangyari yon? Sige na lang, magtanong lang ko ng ibang question. Kung ako gusto magkakaroon ng birth certificate, ako'y pure na inchik, galing China, dumating ako sa Pilipinas, gusto ko magkakuha ng passport, Philippine passport. Kailangan man, requirement man dyan yung birth certificate. Saan ako pwede kumuha ng birth certificate?
Yes, the birth certificate is registered at the local civil registry offices. So, if a person who is not registered within 30 days.
So, diretso tayo. pwede makakuha ng birth certificate sa local civil registrar at saka sa PSA.
Okay. You may not be able to get birth certificate because there will be requirements that will be asked from you.
Tanong muna, establish muna natin, ang pwedeng sources ng birth certificate is yung local at saka kayo.
Yes, sir.
PSA, that's right.
Ah,
Correct yan?
correct. Mr.
Okay.
Senator.
So, can you distinguish between the two sources?
Okay.
Kung-
The local civil registrars are the registrants of the country. They are the only official in the bureaucracy that can register birth, marriage, and death certificates. This is under 7160 Local Government Code. Now, under the law, the Philippine Statistics Authority is the repository of all these birth certificates, marriage death certificates registered by local civil registrar and submitted to us by operations of law. So the sources of birth certificates and these documents could be the local and us as repository of civil registry documents.
Correct. So far, itong mga cases na uncover natin, may yung unang niris ko sa committee ni Senator Pia Cayetano nung sa budget hearing, lumalabas na mayroong local civil registry na kinunan ito.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
So, klaro natin, as far as your agency is concerned, pwede ba ako makakuha dyan ng ganun na lang kadali na
No.
ako, Chinese ako. Papunta ako sa PSA. Magbigay ko ng pera sa'yo. Bigyan kita ng pera. Bigyan mo nga ako ng kuhan dyan, ng birth certificate.
That would be
Pwede mangyari yan?
that will not be a possibility, Your Honor, because
Impossible.
because
Kung
PSA
pupunta ako sa local civil registrar,
that's what we're
may pera ako. So, magbigay ko doon, makakaproduce ako.
Your Honor, we're investigating that.
Kaya nga,
the local
Theory lang. Pwede. Because sa digitalization, sa records keeping, sa lahat-lahat, kailangan ma-distinguish natin. Pwede, no? Pupunta ako, merong corrupt doon na local civil registrar. Bagsakan ko ng pera, bigyan mo ako ng birth certificate. Pwede.
That's a possibility, Your Honor.
Possibility. Sa inyo, sa PSA, magdala ko ng isang malitang pera, bigyan kita ng pera. Bigyan mo ako ng birth certificate. Pwede?
That would be impossible, Your Honor.
Impossible. Why?
Because we do not register civil registry document. We rely on the submissions of civil registrars.
So wala tayong nakikitang gaps as far as PSA is
As far as
concerned?
PSA is concerned,
Walang
as
gaps.
repository, no. It's not possible that you can register directly to PSA because
Okay.
we are not local civil registrars.
Okay. Yung pagmaniobra ba, diskarte sa mga tao nyo sa loob, baka kaya yan through ganon-ganon. Basta may pera ako, hindi talaga kaya?
Hindi, sir.
I-manufacture, hindi kaya?
Impossible, sir.
Impossible?
The process of submission of documents passes through from the local civil registrar to the provincial office. It's encoded there before it's transmitted, both the data and the physical document.
Mahirap, when you say mahirap because of your system.
Yes, sir.
Mahirap talaga, ha?
Correct, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll follow up where you left off. So you're insisting that as far as the PSA is concerned, hindi pwedeng pumunta sa inyo, wala silang pwedeng bayaran para mag-produce ng document because that document, the birth certificate in particular, is produced actually in the civil registry.
Correct.
That's what you're saying, which I don't think you said as clearly as I said it.
Pero that's
Okay,
That's what I
pero
like to
yun
say.
yun. So sa civil registry, so ang sinasabi mo is, hindi sa amin pwede mangyari, pero baka sa civil registry. Correct?
correct, ma'am.
Oh, sige. So doon tayo sa civil registry. But before that, I'll keep it simple. Civil registry, who is the ultimate boss in the civil registry? Who does a local civil, who does the, ano ba tawag sa kanya? Who does the local civil registrar report to?
To the local chief executives.
O, di ba? Kada
Mayors,
city,
the
kada
mayors.
municipality. O, that's why sinasabi mo ngayon, hindi ako. Sa kanila yon.
Because the process of registration is at the local civil registrar.
Correct. Pero sino ang may technical supervision sa kanila? Is it the mayor and the governor or is it you?
On the technical, meaning on how they should register, what
Yes.
form should be used, it's the PSA.
Correct. So
Yes.
kung magka-problema, sino din mag-iisip ng solusyon?
Both
is it-
PSA and the local
You think?
chief executive.
Ewan ko lang ha. Ito, naging mayor. You think ikaw makakahanap ng technical solution doon o kayo siguro tapos in coordination with them? Okay. I will give an example. So eto na nga, 'di ba Bulacan? O di pa salita natin yung case na case na to ay sa Bulacan. O sige, ano nangyari? Sino si Mr. X? Paano niya nakakuha sa inyo?
Actually, as per record po, yung sinubmit po na document, as I understand it sa DFA, is a falsified document. As mentioned earlier po ni Ines Maris, belonging to another person. And then yung details of the...
Just so to be clear, no? When you say it's falsified, what I thought I heard him say is false yung content. But my understanding was that document, and I asked, was that document issued by
The local.
either the civil registry,
local civil,
the
sir.
local. So it was issued by the local, correct?
Na-register ba natin?
Oh.
yung registry number na ay teka po yung registry number po na 2017 95-2651 is belonging to another person. Tapos yung tao po na sinasabi natin ay may late registration po na doon sa local civil registrar, and then it appears na yung mga supporting documents required for the late registration are also falsified po.
Madam Chair,
It was but basically the late birth registration, well, it was registered. The late birth was registered.
Yes po.
Yes, okay. That's important. The late birth was registered. I'll get back to you to give way to Senator Bato.
thank you, Madam Chair. Basta klaruhin natin na ikaw, Mr. Elmore Baroquillo, you are PSA Provincial Statistics Office ng Bulacan.
Yes po.
So, directly under ka sa PSA National.
Yes po.
Hindi ka local civil registry, ha?
Hindi po.
Meron tayong local civil registry dito?
Wala po,
Ah,
Madam.
Walang naimbitahan?
Yeah.
Pareho
Di-
kayo? Wala? Oh, so, kung pala ito,
Yes.
local ka, pero PSA ka pa rin.
Ang tawag po sa amin ay Provincial Statistical Office po ng
Kaya nga,
PSA.
PSA pa rin.
Yes, sir.
Yes
Under
po.
PSA. So, hindi kayo local civil registry.
Hindi po.
Okay, so, you speak the same language.
Yes po.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Okay, so to go back to my question, it is clear that the local civil registrar of May Kawayan ba? May Kawayan issued that birth certificate.
The late
The
registration.
late registration
Yes.
issued how do you say it? A late
Late registered
registered
certificate.
birth, 'di ba? So na-issue yun eh. So we go back to the question. Paano nga nangyari? 'Di ba? Because I already asked and you confirmed the technical supervision is with you. PSA, head office, and now provincial. So makinig po kayong lahat, okay? Kasi every one of the provincial offices represented here, Davao del Sur, Isabela, NCR, Zambales, all have similar cases, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
Okay, so na-late register nga. Oh, and then for the record, I will read the requirements to apply for and be granted a late registration. May negative omnibus certification issued by the PSA. What that means is mag-i-issue ng PSA na negative, wala pang na-register na ganyang pangalan. Okay, so dapat may ganon. Next, meron siyang accomplished affidavit for delayed registration of birth. So yung tao mismong yon, isa-certify niya na I am applying for this late registration. Oh, ito sa akin yung crucial. Affidavit of two interested persons. Can you elaborate? Two disinterested, sabi ko ba interested? This. Two disinterested persons. Can you elaborate on that? Who are these two disinterested? As a lawyer, I would assume baka may interest dyan yung magmamana. O so hindi pwedeng kamag-anak. O ang kapitbahay, pwede. Ang barangay captain, pwede. Sino ang disinterested person na yan?
Under the procedures, ma'am, yung affidavit of two disinterested person are for persons who may have knowledge of the facts of birth nung nagre-register.
Wow.
So it's
Okay.
not just anybody na
But facts of birth.
yes.
Okay. So in this case, and in all of your cases, be ready to answer. Anong klase, ano muna, hypothetical. So, kayo mag-explain, sino yon? Sino yung disinterested person na yon na magsasabing ganon? Who normally do you, that's why I was asking you, di ba,
Yes.
how many late registrations do you have as adults? Kasi I'm trying to test your credibility in explaining to me what are the type of documents you receive. O ano? Sino? Ano sila?
normally it
Sino yun?
should be older than the person being
Like,
registered
pwedeng a few years older lang? What?
who may have knowledge because knowledge
Hindi kaya nga. So, kunyari, I am 4.5 years older than Alan, although mukha siyang mas matanda, di ba? Under oath kayo, so bahala kayo sumagot. I'm 4.5 years older. I can attest. At 4.5, kaya kong maalala na buntis yung mami ko, nanganak siya. So pwede ako
That
mag-attest
would
in
be-
case. That's why I'm asking.
hindi yata yun man pwede.
Ay,
Because
hindi
knowledge,
pwedeng yata. At your level, hindi na tayo yata.
it
Sure
will
na
not be
tayo.
possible.
O
ma'am.
sino dapat?
Should be
Nanay
knowledgeable
namin.
enough.
Nanay
to-
namin, tita.
Tita could be.
So maybe at
pwede.
12 years older. I mean, what's the rule?
Hindi
what's the
minor,
rule?
ma'am. Not necessarily.
Not
Dapat hindi
a minor
minor.
at the time of birth.
Correct.
So itong taong pinag-uusapan natin, lahatin na natin, ilang taon yung mga yan nung nag-apply sila? Bulat-latin yung record niya, isang kaso lang naman yun eh. 37, 27, how old are those persons we are investigating? How old are they? 24 sa inyo.
95.
Oh, so that means yung disinterested person, may record po kayo, Mr. Lebria? May, so 24, so dapat 36 years old yung nag-testify, yung disinterested person, 37.
As to the attachment of the late registration applied by the certain person
Yes.
in my area, Madam Chair, I have not seen the attachment itself because
Okay. So you haven't seen it. Okay. So are you now saying that sa level ninyo, that's why again, I go back, ilan bang late registrations na yan? And then you now have 7 cases. So you haven't seen it. So how did you investigate? That's a crucial requirement, di ba?
We asked them to conduct ocular inspection at the local civil registrar's
So they each
offices.
conducted,
Yes, ma'am.
okay.
And to look into the requirements that
O kaya
were.
nga, iniisa-isa ko
Yeah.
nga yung requirements eh.
Mm-mm.
Kasi yun ang importante. Ang next kasi na requirement is certification that indigent. Di naman siguro applicable. It's not an issue. That's just siguro to excuse them from payment, right?
That's
Correct?
on,
So I don't know why it's listed as that. It should be a separate condition because not everybody applying is an indigent. So I don't know why it's...
to cover those applicants who will not be required to pay
Yeah,
late
I
registration
know,
fee.
but it's listed as if it's a requirement for everyone. That is how it appears in your list. I'm just correcting.
Maybe Madam Chair, looking at we have a project called Birth Registration Assistance Project. This is to address those marginalized sector of our
Baka
society.
this is the requirement.
That's a requirement
Sige,
because
patingin
that's
na lang nung sa
yes.
inyo. Anyway,
Yes,
that's on the side.
Maybe just clarify
The
the
next is
number.
any proof of identity like barangay certification, driver's license, among others, if applicable. That's why nga, bumalik ako na, me as a lawyer, the most important here is the two disinterested persons, right? Kasi yun yung magpapatunay. Kasi yung last, yung proof of other driver's license, it begs the question kasi normally para makuha mo yung driver's license, nagbigay ka din ng birth certificate, di ba? So medyo, for me, am I correct? I can be wrong that the affidavit of two disinterested persons are the most important. So, no?
Mahalaga ma'am yung documents that will show the data that will be registered. The name of the child, birthplace, birth date, and the name of parents. So, yung documents na nire-require natin doon should be able to supply those data, at least yung
Okay.
name,
Yes.
birthday, and birthplace. Yung parents can be established kung meron siyang baptismal certificate. Yung disinterested person, these are additional supporting document that we require para lang ma-establish natin that there are other people knowledgeable of the facts of the event being registered. Pero
kasi kung I just assume kasi these are late registrations, so they're adults. So the chance of the parents being around is maybe 50-50. That's why in my mind, in my legal mind, the disinterested persons are very important. Not to say that, yun nga, if the parents are alive, then of course. And then if you can verify the record also of the parents in the register, di ba?
that is why pag older na masyado, meron tayong
Yun nga
cut-off
yung
na.
kaso natin, older na nga eh.
Pag may cut-off, halimbawa, pag 60 years old, mahirap na mag-require ng
Correct. But we're talking about, that's why I asked the age, 24. Ano yung iba? Pakisagot po. Ano yung age ng yung mga inimbestigahan nyo? Just blurt out the age, please. Use the mic, please.
For Quezon City,
So
it's
for
51 and 40.
years and 40, dalawa.
Yes.
Okay. Sambales?
For Zambales, a different case, it's an identity theft.
Okay, so different case. Okay. Isabela, Mr. Emperador?
Madam Chair, 42 years.
42. And then, yung sa Davao, kayo yung 24 years old. Yung sa Bulacan, Mr.
22
Baroquillo.
po at the time of registration po.
Okay, so kayo 20s, ito 40s, di ba? So medyo relevant yung disinterested person, right? Kasi fact of birth. So anyway, so mabalik tayo sa process. So what does your investigation show? Yun din naman yung question ni Senator Bato, yun din ang question ko. What did your investigation show? Na papaano nangyari? Kasi I will repeat, they are legitimate documents issued by PSA. So by PSA, by the civil registrar. So saan nakalusot?
Maybe po. In the summary of our investigation, of the 7 that were referred to PSA, only one legitimate birth certificate na gumamit ng identity nung isa. So
Yun yung sa Zambales. Ibang
Yes.
kaso yun. We'll
Yes.
talk about that later.
Yes po, madam. And the rest, yung 6 po, all of the submitted birth certificates for the passport are all falsified COLBs, meaning hindi po yun yung tamang kanilang record that is available in our database. And of these po, 5 have delayed registration cases filed with the local, so and with the PSA. So we have a copy of that.
So, Madam Chair, ibig mong sabihin na yung papel na yun, when you say fraudulent, pwede nanggagaling sa recto?
As to
Manufacture lang?
Sir, if I may,
Ah.
as to the security papers, we're currently investigating because the submitted COLBs contain, some of them have blurred entries, so hindi namin ma-verify
So,
kung
so
saan
hindi pa na-establish na kung talaga ba ito issued by the local civil registrar na papel? Or
No, these
itong
are
papel
all-
ito manufactured galing sa
Ano
recto?
sir, PSA, yung submitted
PSA?
document. Oo, but we are investigating if these are legitimate SECPA issued by the PSA. So we have 3 established na serial numbers of this SECPA, of which meron na po kaming investigation. But the other one, we are requesting from DFA for yung specific na serial number so we can identify which outlet was allotted to.
Let me summarize what you're saying, no? Five cases, no, involve false information in the late registered birth certificate. But you are still checking, or you have established that 3 of them came actually from the civil registry of some area. What is your statement on that?
The 7 of the 7 security paper, 1 is a legitimate, which is the identity theft.
Okay.
6 are falsified or unauthorized issuance of birth. But these
Okay, let's dissect that. You call it falsified,
5, 6,
unauthorized issuance of birth. So unauthorized issuance, meaning to say the civil registrar issued it beyond the scope of their authority? Is that what it means? Anong legal meaning nung term na ginamit nyo?
I'm sorry, ma'am. Falsified
okay.
COLB and unauthorized issuance of CRDs. Yung unauthorized po is pertaining to the one identity theft, which means hindi po siya yung dapat na nakakuha ng birth certificate na yun.
Yes, kasi
And the rest
sinantabi
are-
mo na yun, binabalik mo pa
sorry,
kaya
ma'am.
nakakalito.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 na falsified COLB and 1 negative
Okay,
birth
5 na
certificate.
falsified. Doon tayo sa 5.
Yes.
So you call it falsified
Because they are not the one registered with the local and with the PSA.
Okay, they are
Iba yung
not
contents nun, ma'am, nung birth
they are
certificate.
not the one.
They're not the records that is found in our system and in also with the local. So, mga
hindi
fake yun, ma'am.
Hindi
Yung
nanggaling sa hindi talaga nanggaling, hindi in-issue ng civil registry.
offices.
Hindi.
rin. Oo.
Okay, because for some reason, and what is our basis, nanggaling daw yun doon sa mga lumabas sa hearing. Yun ang sinagot kay Senator De La Rosa na legitimate. Ang ginamit pa nga na word, kaya in my opening statement, I said, I'm using the word legitimate because that is what was told, what we were told, is that nanggaling yun doon. In fact, kayo, ang sabi niyo, ang content, ang erroneous. So medyo iba yung pagka-explain nyo sa akin ngayon.
Madam Chair, ito pong 6 na o 7 documents na ni-refer sa amin for investigation, merong sinubmit sa DFA nito. Ang sinasabi namin, yung nasa DFA na yon, those are falsified documents that become basis for the DFA maybe to issue their support.
Kaya nga,
So,
klaruhin natin ang
meron po
falsified.
kaming-
Pakiklaro ang falsified.
Because this, upon verification by our local officials, these documents are not at the local civil register at the same time.
That's what you say. It's not in the local civil.
Iba yung nasa database namin.
Iba. So, meaning, kung hindi ito nanggaling sa local civil register, hindi rin nanggaling sa inyo,
Some other sources.
some other sources like recto.
Not,
Pwede.
not
Pwede?
not PSA and not
Hindi. Sige, klaro natin. Pwedeng nanggagaling ito sa recto.
could be anywhere.
Could
Your
be
Honor.
anywhere. Ha?
Yes, yes.
So, could be anywhere.
But because
Bakit?
in our database, iba yung nandun sa amin.
So, ibig sabihin, ganito, nalusutan ngayon yung DFA. Bakit sila nag-issue ng passport na fraudulent pala yung birth certificate na yun, DFA? Saan DFA? Naisahan, inaamin ba nyo na pwede kayong naisahan itong mga nag-apply ng passport na ito?
Sir, good afternoon, Madam Chair. Sir, we verify the authenticity of the birth certificate.
Okay?
Kung nasa security paper po, we have our people who can determine kung genuine po from PSA. For the contents inside, we have no way to determine po.
So as far as you're concerned, PSA talaga galing yung papel na yun?
Yes, sir.
Oh, sa inyo pala galing. Sa inyo pala galing yung papel na yun. Confirm mo nila. You confirm also na sa inyo galing yun.
Sir, we have to check, as I mentioned a while
Ayan
ago.
yun. Hanggang ngayon, you still have to check.
Sir, the-
Katagal na yung kaso na yan.
Yung tatlo po, yung tatlo, may identified kami na mga serial numbers. So
Okay.
we can identify kung saang outlet po siya na issue, and that is where we are.
Kaya nga, ito, tinatawag natin itong mga tao na ito. Dahil sa outlet nila ito nanggagaling.
Hindi naman, sir. Hindi.
Can you, ano, gagaling sa kanila.
Ang issuance po namin, sir, is through our outlets, CRS outlets, not necessarily within their jurisdiction.
So saang outlet ang galing yun?
Okay. Right. Okay, sir. In our investigation, sir, we have from 13 Martires Outlet.
13 Martires Outlet.
That's Cavite.
Dinala nyo dito yung 13 Martires Outlet
Then
ninyo?
we have also Davao City.
Davao City. Dinala nyo dito yung outlet na yan?
Wala, sir. But we as a PSA, sir, nandito naman po kami. Pasay and Parañaque outlets and Tugigaraw.
Tugigaraw.
Yun po yung mga under
So
ibang outlets
you submit to this committee, Madam Chair, yung mga tao na yan na manning that outlet para for the next investigation, tanungin natin sila, bakit sila nag-produce ng ganung papel? Di ba? So very clear pala ngayon na PSA paper yon, authentic paper yon, pero fraudulent ang laman. No? Claro?
Your Honor, yes, we will comply
Wait,
kung
Do you want
invite
to
yung-
ask her first? You're looking at each other. I don't mind. I'd rather you come up with an answer you can stand by. Do you want a minute to just confirm? Just so that we can move along efficiently. Or are you good to respond?
Madam Chair, ano lang, i-clarify lang ulit namin na
Huwag kayong ma-intimidate dito.
Yeah.
Yes.
We are trying to solve a problem here,
Yeah.
ha? Baka nagpakuha
You
kayo dyan. Hindi, ayaw yung tumingin sa mata ko eh. Parang, pag nagtatanong ako, ayaw yung tumingin sa mata ko. Don't be intimidated. We are solving a problem here.
Even
Huh?
though he looks intimidating,
Yeah.
don't be intimidated.
We are trying to solve a problem.
Yes,
Please.
Madam Chair. We just would like to clarify that the subject of the investigation that PSA conducted was because DFA, or it was referred to us that at least 6 individuals were issued passport based on documents submitted to them. We requested them to provide us the documents submitted to them so we can verify from our records. So what we did was to ask our provincial heads that covers the civil registrars or the municipality where the birth records originate to conduct ocular investigation para tingnan nila kung yun bang sinasabing sinubmit sa DFA ay indeed galing doon sa civil registrars and whether indeed they are within our database. So, of the documents na binerify natin, the investigation found that falsified yung mga submitted sa kanilang documents. So, we have the documents here. Actually, hawak ko yung lima nung records. These are delayed registration of the supposed documents submitted to them. Ito ngayon ang pwede namin i-kumpara dun sa hawak ng o sinubmit sa DFA because ang na-provide lang naman sa amin ay Xerox copy of what was submitted to them, not the original insect pa as submitted. Ito, pinaprint po
So
namin
as of
ito.
now, hindi mo pa na-confirm na
Kasi
yun talaga
yung physical,
official, yung physical official document coming from your office. Kasi as far as DFA is concerned, sabi nila, legitimate daw talaga, official document galing sa inyo. On your part,
if we can have them, then we can cross-reference it with our record.
hindi pa kayo nag-usap, dalawa.
So do you have it? Did you bring it, ASEC?
Madam Chair, when passport applications are submitted, we verify the authenticity of the birth certificate. We make a photocopy, and then we give back the original birth
To the
certificate to the
holder.
applicant,
Yeah.
ma'am.
So do you happen to have that photocopy that you're of the subject cases?
We do, ma'am.
Can you go to the side and compare your notes and then tell us? And I just want to confirm, colleagues, no, and for the record, that during the budget deliberations, DFA Office of Consular Affairs, in a letter to Senate President Zubiri, emphasized that the certificates of live birth that were presented to the DFA by most of these foreign nationals that were under investigation for passport applications are in their original PSA security paper form, and that these certificates were late registered mode of birth is either through midwife or hilot, and that the parents indicated in these documents are Filipinos. So so that will be the next question I will ask, but I need you to go to the side, whether it's your staff, whatever, I don't care. Kindly go to the side and compare your notes. But I think what's one crucial element here is how did they get hold of the original. I think that kaya nga security paper yon, right? Naka-vault ba yan? Naka-vault ba yan? O, naka-vault. So, ngayon, lahat nitong subjects na to dun sa specific civil registry offices, tatawagin natin yung officer, yung civil registrar ng office na yon
Correct.
to
ma'am.
find out.
Actually,
For the record then, kasi the first hearing we have is from the policy level. So, that's why we didn't clutter our hearing with everybody yet, no? But do you have any, you want to proceed, or I'll let them go to the side and compare?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Or you can submit it. Ano bang?
May I move, Madam Chair, na isama natin sa invitation yung outlet mismo na pinanggalingan ng papel na yon. Yung sabi mo, ano yung mga outlet yon?
These are civil registry outlet where documents can be requested.
Kaya nga, anong outlet yon?
So kung
So kung saan
merong
yung-
Tugigaraw, yes. Meron.
Tugigaraw.
We have 67 outlets.
7
So
outlets.
kung sino yung involved, we can
Isama
ask them
natin,
to come.
Madam Chair.
Akala ko ba sila to? Iba pa ba?
Iba pa yan.
They are the provincial heads where the
No, but I thought it's the civil registrars from these particular districts or what, provincial, right?
yes, where
Kaya
the documents originated, Madam Chair. Pero yung sinasabi kanina on the outlet where it was requested, supposedly requested,
Yeah,
kasi
but that would fall under their jurisdiction. Sa lugar nila, di ba?
not necessarily, ma'am.
Eh, ba't sila nandito kung hindi sa inyo? Ba't namin kayo inimbita?
Registration.
Ano?
Clarificatory. So you can register in a different area and then get your birth certificate in a different area. Possible yan. Like in this case, they registered in this particular area, but they received or they got their birth certificate
From other
original from another area.
Yes, madam.
Yan ang nangyari dito.
Yes, sir. Because once the document is registered and in our database, PSA established at this time 67 outlets nationwide where a Filipino can request for birth certificate in any of those outlets. So parang access kasi yung ino natin, we address that. We would like every Filipino to get birth certificate wherever they are residing now, even if they're living different place from where they were born.
Well, that's a good feature so that our gababayans can get their birth certificates anywhere. No? But obviously, it can also be abused. No? Meaning they registered in a different place with the intention of getting it from somewhere else. No? Baka may ibang kausap sila. Can an LGU register and issue birth certificates? Can an LGU register and issue birth certificates?
The LGU through the LCR,
To the LCR.
the LCR is also allowed to issue birth certificate upon request of the
So pwede rin
document
sila.
owner.
So
Yes, po.
aside from the outlets, the LGUs can
Of course,
also
so
issue.
because they are primarily the owner of the birth certificates.
Yeah.
Oh,
How many LGUs? How many LCRs are there nationwide?
1,634, Your Honor.
All right.
So supposedly all of these should have one civil registrar
Yeah.
mandated to register all vital events in their jurisdiction within that municipality or city, Your Honor.
Itong anim pinpointed is non-LGU. It's PSA that registered and issued the birth
These
certificates.
are within LCRs, registered at LCR, because
LCRs to.
we cannot register on ourselves.
Okay.
The PSA office, either at the provincial or regional, national, No mandate to register.
You're just a repository, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, may I suggest also to invite the civil registrar of that particular LGUs, because apparently they're the ones who
So,
receive.
so we need, or maybe you can put it on record now para hindi tayo nangangapa who are we calling. Let's establish, and you be the one to give us the names now. Where were these persons registered? Where did they register their late births? And then where, if any, were such certificates requested and issued? Kasi if there is really some kind of syndicate, then baka same areas yan. Right? So are you prepared to tell us? Are you going, I mean, check your record so that you put it on record so that we will issue the necessary invitation for the next hearing. But anyway, we seem to be getting the answer that you're investigating. But may I remind PSA that during the budget hearing, no less than the Senate President, while presiding and listening to the questions of Senator Bato de la Rosa, manifested that he had also received complaints, and at that time in November, it was already referred to the Blue Ribbon, and you already were told to investigate. So I really expected that I'll hear the results of those investigations now.
Yes, ma'am, we have the results of the investigation and we are ready to submit it to the committee.
Ready na pala, ba't ang dami pang tanong? Di pa ba namin natanong yun?
We have the signed investigation report of PSA and sabi namin, isubmit namin sa inyo upon request.
Hindi mo ba pwede i-summarize? Yun lang naman yung inaantay natin. Ano ba? Are you uncomfortable about something?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
We are, as mentioned dun sa reply namin to the committee, ma'am, fully cooperating with this investigation and actually conducted ourselves
Okay.
investigation.
Yes,
And
go
this
ahead.
is
Findings, let's go, findings.
medyo mahaba lang siya, pero ito yung summary namin. So,
Paul, are those cases related?
yes, ma'am. These are the 7
No,
referred
but I mean, are they related to each other? Like,
Yes.
They are.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
it makes the report simpler, di ba? Kasi parang isa na lang. Okay.
So, on the case ng Pasig City, not mentioning the name, so the findings of the investigation is that the one submitted to DFA is not within our database. The certificate of live birth of the subject with registry number 2921, 2921 is not in the records of LCRO of Pasig City. So nevertheless, the registrant birth was duly registered through delayed registration in the LCRO of Pasig City and was issued a certificate of live birth with registry number, different registry number. So the registry number is here. On the next case from Mekawayan City, again, the one submitted to DFA is not in our database. So this is also a case of falsified certificate of live birth. The document contains false and or fictitious information, and the registry number used belongs to another person. This document has distinct registry number and the birth registration number from a late registration in that LCRO in Mekawayan, Bulacan. The next case this is the case of identity theft, the one from Santa Cruz, Zambales. This document, the one used for the issuance of the passport for this person, this is in our database. So this is a case of identity theft because in this case, the registrant assumed the information of a dead person. So ito yung kasong, the first case that was shown by Madam Chair. So ang findings dito, the certificate of live birth was processed through the BREX. Accordingly, the CBRC outlet no longer evaluates the request made through the BREX partner. So dito po sa kaso, we have a facility called BREX. This is a batch request query system where local government units are allowed to accept requests for birth, marriage, and death through the LGU. So the LGU transmit this request to an outlet where they can request for certificates coming from PSA.
Is it a request for a copy of the certificate or is it a request for registration?
For a copy of birth
For a
certificate.
copy lang?
Yes, yes po.
Okay, so can you repeat your whole sentence? Because
So
I did
the
not know
BREX,
what BREX
this is a
means.
facility we allow where we enter into MOA with LGU. For that LGU that do not have outlet where they can request for birth certificate, we allow them to accept request for copies. Kasi what we cater sa BREX is yung mga walang outlets, kailangan ng tao ng birth certificate. So they can go to the LGU, request for the copy, and that...
By one batch, the LGU
Yes,
will
through the
actually... I
batches.
understand. So
Yes,
go
po.
back to what you were saying now that I understand the term that you used.
Yes, so on the case nito ni Santa Cruz Zambales, the certificate of live birth was processed through the BREX. So accordingly, the outlet, yung pong outlet, hindi siya mag-evaluate kung ano yung supporting document niyan when it was requested to them because yung BREX partner na, yung LGU na mismo mag-check nung requirements para mag-request ng copy. This is for request of copy lang. Now, ito pong case
Madam
ng...
Chair, yung outlet, pakinggan mo muna ako.
Yes, sir.
Tingnan ka muna dito.
Sorry,
Yung
Your Honor.
outlet, yung capability niya, kaya ba niyang mag-alter sa records doon?
Your Honor, ang outlet po natin, parang ito ay mirror site ng ating database na nandito sa central office. So,
Mirror.
yes.
So,
Kung
if
ano ang
the-
meron natin dito, yun lang ang marirequest nila doon. So actually po, pag nag-request ka sa outlet namin, we have 67 outlets nationwide. So if you go to an outlet, you request for a copy of birth, marriage, or death certificate or SENUMAR sa isang outlet. So i-enter yung request mo. Isusulat yung pangalan na nag-request ng isang tao. And then that request will be sent electronically to central office. Then it will be printed, it will be searched at the central office. We have 2 back-end offices where the searching is done electronically. And then that, upon finding the document, it will be sent to the outlet for printing. So
So,
it will be printed.
there's no way na pwedeng mabayaran yung outlet.
It will be impossible, Your Honor, because they do not have the copy of the documents being requested. These are electronically digitalized images of documents stored in our database here at the central office.
So, ang nag-control lahat, database sa
Yes,
central
Your
office.
Honor.
What if ako'y Chinese na magdala ko ng pera doon sa outlet? Sabihin mo, hatiin nyo doon sa central office.
Mhm.
Tawagan mo yung central office doon na i-manipulate yung record doon para makapadala ka dito makapadala sila sa outlet ng ganitong papel.
I would categorically say,
Pwede.
Your Honor, that it is not possible.
Not possible. Ang nag-control ng data ninyo is central.
Correct, Your Honor.
Central. So, kung sila nag-control doon, pwede lang ma-alter yung mga records. Kung sila nag-control.
There are protocols in when to enroll or upload the images of these documents. And these are not controlled by one person. These are systems, computer systems that cannot be altered by just one person. And
So, meaning to say, masasabi mo na mahirap bayaran ang PSA. Dahil nga, maraming tao na, kahit na marami akong pera, i-share nyo dyan, lahat ng tao na involved. Bayaran ko lahat ng taong involved para makalabas ng, mabigyan nyo ako ng ganitong papilis.
it will be impossible, Your Honor.
Impossible.
Impossible, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just a follow-up question from Senator Batos. I heard the DFA, when they apply, you determine whether the birth certificate is authentic or not. Not the data, but the physical birth certificate.
Yes, Your Honor.
So how do you determine whether it's authentic or not? Is there what's the process of determining whether that piece of paper is authentic or not?
It's the quality of the paper used, Your Honor, and then we have certain security checks that we undertake.
Mm-mm.
I'd be happy to share it with you later, sir.
Okay.
Not in public though.
Okay.
yes, sir.
Okay. So
Yes,
just broadly long. I know it's we can do that during an executive session. No? But just broadly, is there a technology that, for example, diba, yung ultraviolet? Sometimes you do that, and then you
Yes,
see
Your Honor.
some codes. Do you use technology? Is it or physical na ginaganon lang? How's
Both,
that?
Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
So there's technology of authentication. There's also physical authentication.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and this is in line. That is coordinated, or that is in line with PSA's because PSA issues the paper. So is that coordinated with PSA? That is the proper protocol to determine whether that's authentic or not?
Yes, Your Honor. They
Okay.
actually inform us of certain new security features, numbers that we look at.
Okay.
So we depend on them. And then that's what we use as a basis to determine the authenticity of the documents, sir.
All right. So we can rule out, Mr. Manaog, that this is not fake. It's authentic in terms of paper. In terms of the physical paper that PSA issued is authentic. It's just the information inside or information written on the piece of paper. That's the one that is falsified. No? That's correct?
That's correct. Your
Okay,
Honor.
all right. So at least we can now pinpoint on who registered those individuals and who issued the authentic
document,
paper. And I heard earlier from Senator Bato that the paper, the authentic paper, comes from the central office.
These are printed at the central office. The blank security papers.
The blank security paper. Who prints it?
The blank sec.
The blank. Is it PSA who prints it? Is it
No,
the
no.
National Printing
We have a
Office?
supplier.
There's a supplier that
Yes,
prints
so-
it. And the you contract a supplier, they bring it to you blank, and then you distribute it
Distribute to
to
the outlets.
1,600 LGUs and also
No, Your Honor, to the outlets.
80
Only,
plus outlets,
only to the 67 outlets.
67
Yes.
outlets. And the LGUs,
They do not have the security paper. Only PSA issues the security
but
paper.
the LGUs can issue birth certificates.
In local copy, not in security paper, Your Honor.
In local, so that's different.
That's different.
And the local copy can be used to apply for passport.
For first timers, Your Honor, no.
No, for first timers, no. So you
No.
really need to go to PSA to get that security paper birth certificate. Birth certificate in a security paper.
Yes, Your Honor.
So LGUs are not the LGUs that issue the birth certificate is not accepted by the DFA.
It is not.
Okay,
Your Honor.
all right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
To follow up on that, so these documents that are acceptable to DFA can only be obtained from 67 outlets. Is that correct? 67?
There are other authorized
Like what else?
online, through online.
Online, but
Ah.
who is the repository? Who does that online request go to?
We have the Service Center.
The what?
This is a, they can apply either by phone in.
Oh, pero that
phone
goes to
and-
PSA.
That will be
Yeah, and where? The head office?
at the
Paano ba?
we also have one central outlet at
Okay.
East Avenue. That's
Okay,
the
so
biggest.
That's just the
outlet.
mode of request eh. Pero saan nanggagaling? That's my question. The 67 outlets and what else? Where else? Whether
And-
whether the person lined up,
Or
called, I don't care about that. I'm asking where does it come out of? Does it come from one central office or it comes from 67 outlets? Sino yung naglalabas nun?
The printing happens at the outlets,
Okay, so
but
is
the
it
searching,
67?
yes, 67, but the
No.
searching of the document is at
No,
the central
but
office.
ang issue natin, if I'm correct, it's the printing, correct?
Printing,
It's
yes.
the printing.
Mm.
Kasi it came out, the issues we are investigating now involves the use of authentic paper,
Mhm.
but falsified information, right? So where do we look? I tend to look to my left, to the police, but I have no authority to investigate him, and we can just ask for his help. But so where do we look?
Kaya, Madam Chair, no? Yung if I may, yung sinabi ni Senator Ruin Gatchalian kanina, yung source ng yung security paper. Kasi nung pag-imbestiga natin sa DFA, lumalabas doon na isa sa suspect natin din ay yung supplier nila sa hindi papel, yung supplier mismo ng passport ninyo, di ba? Pwedeng magkakaroon ng leak doon na pwedeng silang naggumagawa. So sa inyo ba, pwede bang magkakaroon ng leak doon sa supplier ninyo ng form? Hindi.
We have a concessionaire that supplies the security paper, blank security papers.
Yung blank nga, oh. Halimbawa, sila na mag-discard doon, maglagay ng mga contents. Pero official yung papel ninyo dahil
That is a
hindi,
possibility.
imposible?
Could be possible.
Possible.
Mhm.
Na
That,
pwede. Pwede doon ng leak.
Could be. Oh.
So, ang dami na natin dapat imbestigahan dito. Mga supplier, concessionaire niyo, pwede natin imbestigahan para matumbok natin ito. Dahil kung hindi natin ito masolve itong problema na ito, one day we will wake up na yung puno na pala tayo dito ng mga operatives ng Chinese Liberation Army in-invade ng Pilipinas. You have to learn from history. Yung mga Hapon noon, bago umatake ang Hapon dito, ang dami na nila nakakalat dito ng mga negosyante, mga farmer, mga businessman nandito. Pero pag putok ng gira, yun na, mga official pala yun, mga intelligence officer ng Japanese Imperial Army. So ito, mabigat ito ha, national security pinag-usapan natin dito. Kaya ayusin natin ito na we have to come up with the measures na ma-plug natin yung mga gaps. Kaya tayo nag-hearing dito para ma-solve natin itong problema na ito. So we encourage everyone to feel free to say, to cooperate para ma-solve natin itong problema na ito. Yun lang, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Well, also follow up to Senator De La Rosa's statement, concern on the leakages of the papers. You have actually informed us that there are instances of theft of the security paper. So what is the status of this theft? And is there just one case of theft? Are there many cases being investigated?
Yeah. In times when there are these reported lost security paper, we immediately inform, especially DFA and other offices that require document, informing them of the series, the serial number of lost security paper, blank security paper. So yes, there are instances that the security paper are reported lost. And
does this come from just one outlet, many outlets? What? From the info you have?
go ahead.
Okay. Madam Chair, there's an instance where we lost SECPA in one of the outlet. And
In
this is-
one outlet.
In one outlet. Yes.
So what's the status now? Are you investigating? Na-file na ng kaso? What?
Meron na pong investigation, Madam.
Investigation internal. Kailan
Internal.
kailan nyo nalaman?
Kailan ba yun? Last year. Last year, Madam.
So how long will the investigation take?
Completed na, Madam Chair, yung investigation namin.
So you identified the person responsible?
Yeah, we did.
How many literally pieces of paper? Because it's a piece of paper, right?
2,000, Madam.
A box.
So,
Box. So
huh?
this could be
One box.
1,000 pieces, 1 box.
2,000 pieces. about a
So
box.
are we sure that these 2,000 pieces are 2,000 separate authentic certificates, right? They're blank certificates.
Blank,
Are
yeah.
we certain that all agencies of government that would be relying on those certifications are notified? Like other than, so for one, that series, alam na ng DFA yan. Okay, the record will show that Ase Cruz nodded his head. Are there other agencies that are relying on that? Because, but I'll tell you how dangerous this is, ha? One of the requirements for, I don't know if you consider it supplemental evidence of for late registration, it says here's driver's license, right? It's not a requirement, but it's can be a supplement. So sabi ko nga, well, if you apply for a driver's license, you have to give a birth certificate. Usually. So parang umiikot lang yan. So if they get hold of this, naka-apply ng driver's license, parang nasisira yung chain of ano natin, authenticity, 'di ba? Kasi tapos meron na rin siyang legitimate driver's license kahit fake and kahit i-dispose niya. I don't know, but it's just really that's why I said what other agencies need to be notified and have been notified of these stolen
For one,
certificates.
Your Honor, we readily submit to DFA because that's one agency that relies solely on issued. We also provide to embassies that this document, if this will be submitted to you, it is reported lost or stolen from our. So we on the cases that we have, we also verified on where the security paper was distributed and where it was used, where it came out. So we would know whether that document is really authentic coming from PSA.
This batch that was stolen, have you traced a couple of incidents where it was used?
None, Your Honor. So yan yung isa sa investigation namin. We're comparing kung yung lumabas bang fraudulent or falsified certificate of live birth used a stolen or lost. So far, walang
Okay.
ganun, Your Honor.
Okay. So
Baka sa future yun, lalabas. Katago lang yun.
Oo nga.
What's the
Kasi
purpose?
after
What's the
5
motive?
years, after 10
Well,
years?
what's the motive behind stealing all these things kung hindi na gagamitin, di ba? May motive yan. Kaya, hintayin natin. May problema pa kayong haharapin yan in the future.
Can we get the report on the comparison of your DFA and PSA?
Okay na. Anong nangyari? Pwede ba natin yun? Yung blue, yun ang kanila. Okay.
Are you ready? Ay, ito na ba?
We yeah. Hiramin yun. Ay, hiramin yun. Pahiram. Pwede pahiram. Para ma-summarize daw.
Yeah, before I go on to the next, no, yung stolen security papers, di ba may ano yan, ano ba tawag doon?
Serial
Barcode,
number.
serial number. So ano yun, aside from alerting DFA na these certain numbers are
Lost.
parang canceled ba yan so that there's no way na ma-resurrect 10 years from now, pagpatay na tayo, 20 years from now, 30 years from now? Ano ba yun?
It's alerted sa system namin that if it will be used, then fictitious siya or
And clear yun,
falsified.
clear yung feature na yun na ting ting ting, may mga
Yes.
alarm bells, ganon.
Oo. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, in-alert na rin ninyo ang DFA. Alam na nila yan.
Sabi niya.
We send
Alam na nila.
communication to them that
Mabuti.
these numbers are
Okay.
among those laws.
Mabuti. Thank you.
So anyway, sige, you wanna do a brief? Kinuha niyo ulit. So hindi pa tayo ready kasi I want to also give time for BIR to speak. Yeah, this one, go ahead.
Just to quickly follow up, just want to ask Mr. Manoag, is this the first time that happened, this type of breach? This type of occurrence that an authentic paper with fake information is being used to apply for passports. Is this the first time?
I don't think this is the first time, Your Honor.
So how many times have you encountered this type of incident? And also incidents like false identities. No? How many in the last 5 years? How many instances have you encountered?
Your Honor, there are instances, but not this magnitude or this number. Mga pa-isa-isa when it
Okay.
is brought to our attention, so we conduct investigation. Pero this is not the first time, Your
This is
Honor.
not the first time.
It's not the
So
first
in the last 5 years, do you say that every year there are cases like this, incidents like this?
Okay. 2 years ago, we have investigated one, and another one is investigated at currently, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you see from your investigation that there is a pattern of this type of incidents? And do you also see an organized group behind these incidents based on your investigation?
The attorneys at the back conduct investigation. These are more isolated. These are negligence, most likely, of the local civil registrar to verify the veracity of supporting documents submitted to them for late registration.
So your opinion, these are all isolated. All of these 7 cases are isolated cases. There's no trace of
Pattern.
sindikato. May punto, may sindikato bang nag-ooperate? That's my point. Based on your investigation.
On the investigation, Your Honor, the results showed that unique yung cases ng bawat isang kaso. Pero pare-parehong falsification ng document.
Just submit to the committee the number of incidents or number of cases or number of investigations you conducted similar to this in the last maybe last 10 years. So we'll
We will
review
submit,
we'll see if there's a pattern or not.
Yes, we will submit, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, yung sinabi ni Senator Wing Gatchalian na mga kaso na inimbestigahan nyo ngayon, pwede ba kahit na hindi nyo sabihin yung pangalan dahil nga sa ano yan? Data Privacy Act. Ilan doon ang Chinese na pangalan? Yung 7, yung di ba may 7 kayo ng ilan dyan ang Chinese?
Except for yung minor, these are,
So lahat Chinese.
sorry, except for the one in,
Di huwag ka matakot eh. Nag-imbestiga nga tayo dito eh. Anyway, we can explain to the Data Privacy Commission na nag-imbestiga
Except for
kami
the,
dito. Kailangan. Puro Chinese yon.
yes, Your Honor.
Yung 6,
Yes, Your
isa
Honor.
lang yung Pilipino.
No.
So, masasabi mo pa rin na unique yung every case na yan. Hindi mo siguro unique yan kasi parehong Chinese eh. Parehong ang modus eh.
Not Filipino yung isa.
Kaya nga, not Filipino, mga Chinese.
Chinese, tapos
Oh.
the other one is not Filipino.
Not Filipino.
The one who assumed yung identity
Oh, may
theft.
Vietnam pa.
Yes, sir.
Oh, so ito lahat ito most likely involved sa pugo. Itong mga tao na ito. Most likely ha. Hindi pa naman tayo pero most likely. Ha? Yun nga. Pero anyway, beyond their na yun, Madam Chair, siguro baka sa BI na yun na trabaho yung pag-check kung involved ba sa pugo itong mga tao na ito, yung pito na ito, BI, na-check niyo kung involved sa pugo ito? Or sino ba dapat mag-imbestiga niyan? Kasi alam ko, PSA, repository nga lang daw sila eh. Bakit pa nila mag-imbestiga kung anong nature of work ng mga tao na yan? Repository lang sila ng records. Yes.
Your Honor, for this case, I was invited to speak on a specific case, so I'm not ready to explain, but maybe my other colleagues from the Bureau can provide information.
Nandito pala yung NBI. Saan yung NBI? Yeah, kayo yung nag-imbestiga, di ba? Ano to, mga Pogo-related na mga personalities ito?
Pardon, Your Honor, the specific division who is on bathroom break. CR lang po. Sorry.
Ano, pagbalik niya. Thank you. Thank you.
But the reason I addressed my question to PSA when in the course of Senator De La Rosa's questioning, like Pogo ba yan, is because I would assume that if you see any similarity, and Senator Bato established that at least from the nationality they are the same, then you would also include in your findings or recommendations that you're now forwarding it to NBI. So I don't mind that you pass it on for another agency to take over, but I would suppose he would still be aware kung napasa nyo yon, para kasi kanina before we asked you to compare the actual certificates in the custody, the copy of the certificates in the custody of DFA at saka yung hawak nyo, sabi ko merong bang overlapping, 'di ba? So yun yung, tas umuo ka sa akin, umuo ka. So ano yung overlapping na yun? Tas ngayon sabi mo walang similarity. Ano yung overlapping na ibig nyo sabihin? Kasi I thought it meant na na-trace nyo na lahat ng galing sa ganitong outlet doon na request, 'di ba? Because it could be the registration could be in one area and then the request for a copy could be somewhere else. So I thought may findings ka na ganon.
Madam Chair, we compared kanina yung sinasabi namin na what was submitted to DFA, you cannot look into it because ang nandito sa kanila is Xerox copy nung what was submitted.
But on its face, are they identical? Yung
Okay.
sinubmit at yung kopya nyo?
We have this one. Anong case number 2? This is for the case in Angadanan, Isabela. The security paper is a legit security paper for Cotabato City. But yung serial number ng document, but the barcodes of the document being requested, this was issued in Tugigaraw. So this is a discrepancy that we see in this document, particular document from
Meaning
Angadanan,
the
Isabela.
certification,
The
certificate and the barcode should come from the same location.
should be in the same outlet.
Okay. And
Because-
in that case, it did not come from the
Did not
same.
come from the
Is
same. So
One involved, okay. And then, sige.
so for this case,
Baka talagang totoong
That's
sabi ni Senator Ruin na may sindikato na nag-operate
Yeah.
dito dahil parang involved more than one
Yeah,
one
correct. One,
subdivision of your office. Dito galing ang isa, dito galing ang isa. Siguro, paano sila nagka-coordinate? Through a syndicate.
tapos Your Honor, yung laman din ito, yung laman din yun. Fictitious din yun, iba din yun. Oo. So parang it's a combination na yung the security paper is issued to an outlet in Cotabato City. the barcode printed for the supposed document is printed into Gigarao. And the data itself differs from what we have in our database. So this is
That's clearly a syndicate activity. Syndicated form yan ng activity yan. Kasi from other places, di ba? So,
yung the
so
intent.
in order to come up with one fraudulent document, all these offices are coordinating with each other to come up with that one particular document, di ba? So it's incumbent on your part na establish talaga nyo kung sino itong mga tao na ito para mahinto natin to.
We agree on the suggestion to invite them.
Yeah, tama. I-invite natin talaga. Invite natin yung
Yes,
sila.
Sorry, I just want to understand also when you say that the data is different from what's in your system, ano yung nagbago? Yung name is the same? Kasi kung ibang name, di parang identity theft na yun, di ba? Ano ba?
It's different, madam.
Which is different? The name,
Yes,
even the
ma'am.
names.
Yes, ma'am.
Totally different.
Totally different.
So, are they
This-
two different people or one is a fictitious person or what?
The one that used different, we found that have security paper issued in Cotabato with the barcode coming from Tuguegarao.
Yeah.
This is the one used for passport application. Checking it in our database, it's a different document entirely.
And a different name, everything is different.
The name is different. The parents, can we show this, ma'am?
Yeah, of course.
The registry number are different. This one is delayed registration, while the other one submitted to DFA is supposedly timely registration. It's been submitted within 30 days after birth.
So, Madam Chair, masasabi mo ngayon na posibleng involved yung mga tao ninyo dyan sa loob? Masasabi mo ba? Posibleng may involvement dahil tingin mo?
Your Honor, both the timely registration, which
Oh.
means within 30 days after the birth, and the delayed registration, all these processes happen at the local civil registrars, Your Honor. Yes,
Local civil register.
because they are the ones to register the event, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Either via timely
I-
registration or
90% agree with you. Before we have this hearing, mayroon ako impression na gano'n, Madam Chair, na sa local talaga nagdidiskarte ang mga tao na yan. But still, hindi pa kita ina-absolto
Yeah.
yung ahensya mo.
Yeah,
Hindi
yes,
ko
Your Honor.
totally ina-absolto, may 10% pa na naiwan. Kaya karuhin talaga natin ito
Yeah.
matapos ito investigation na ito.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero mas malaki talaga ang tsansa, di ba, sa LCR.
Because the registration process occurs at the local civil registrar, Your Honor.
Ang problema lang, wala kayong control dito dahil LGU ito.
Technically, they should be following the guidelines for registering an
Oh, pero
event.
as far as their day-to-day operations are
Yes.
concerned,
Yes,
wala
Your
kayong
Honor. Administratively, they are under the jurisdiction of local chief executives, Your Honor.
kaya kung ako ang mayor, kurap ako na mayor, mayroong magbayad sa akin na Chinese, sabihan ko lang yung local civil registrar ko, oh, resto mo yan, diskartehan mo. Pwede mangyari, di ba?
That's a possibility, Your Honor.
Oo, pwede mangyari.
Although we
So very important talaga na next hearing natin, Madam Chair, we invite those local civil register kasi sa kanila talaga nang gagaling yung problema. Thank you.
But again, I'll remind to get a accurate response do sa tanong ni Senator De La Rosa. Yes, they are under the jurisdiction of the LGU, but susunod nga sila sa inyo when it comes to the technical. So we are relying on you to tell us what are the changes that have to be made to ensure that these kind of events are, if possible, totally eliminated. It's impossible to do this. You have to tell us. And if it turns out na maraming LGU involved, whether we have to, I don't even know, what is the crime for falsification of ano, just regular, the usual, di yata ganun kalaki yung crime na, yung penalty natin sa falsification eh. Anyway, later on, nandito na ang representative ng NBI, ibibigay natin sa kanya, no, kasi we wanted to find out also. But in the interest of being efficient here, I'll ask PSA, and maybe it can be a joint submission with DFA, to just give us like similar to what you did in case number 1, or the Isabela case, that you said that it's authentic paper, all of, this one is different, submit it for our study so that in the next hearing, we already are holding that. And then all the personalities involved. So the civil register, kung saan yun supposedly na register, kung saan yung outlet, kung saan yung barcode galing, lahat yun, you have to give us those ahead of time so that we can invite those persons, okay? But I'll go back to my question about stolen. You mentioned 2,000 were stolen, di ba? Saan nga ba? Yung sinabi nyo kanina? Tres Martires, Cavite. Are there others? Kasi I don't know kung you're just telling me by way of example or what. Tsaka sure ba kayo na 2,000? Kasi
1 box yun every.
oh, pero 2,000 kasi yung note na inabot sa akin 12,000 na ano yun, nadagdagan ng isang ganon. 2,000 o 12,000?
2,000.
Ang sinubmit nyo sa amin in writing is 12,000. So was that a typo? They can show you.
2,000, Madam Chair, based on investigation.
It's in words and digits and numbers. So typo pa kaya yun? Somebody would like to speak from your office, yes.
Because
Just
I'm
identify yourself.
Yes, I'm Attorney Eliezer Ambatali from the Legal Service. I was the immediate supervisor who investigated this. Initially, we suspected that there are 12,000
Okay.
security papers that were lost, but based on our investigation, it's only 2,000 after investigation.
Sige, so
So-
pagka ganon, you have to send us an updated kasi kung hindi
yes.
ko pa tinanong, ang alam ko 12, ang sinabi nyo 2, so either duling ako or
Yeah.
hindi tama yung sinasagot nyo sa akin, di ba? So you should be the ones to correct that information that you submitted to us.
That's correct, Your Honor. We will do that, Your Honor. But the thing that I recalled is that when we submitted the report to the committee before, our investigation was not yet over. So
Yeah, but
Yep.
we already established it now na 2, so it would be preferable if you can say na for the record po, yung sinabit namin na 12 ay 2 na ho ang final finding namin. Hindi yung yung ginagawa natin ngayon, ma'am, hindi 12, yung 1 o ay typo, o, di ba? Haba pa ng proseso, just say tell me it's 2.
yeah, that's
Okay.
noted, Your Honor.
So are there any others that you want to report?
Based on the our submission, there are some that cases that were
No,
reported.
any other stolen? Is your 2,000 just in Cavite? Because
Yes.
it is Cavite that you submitted. For Cavite, you submitted it's 12,000. And now you said it's 2 for
Yes, Your Honor.
Cavite.
Yes, Your
So
Honor.
what about other areas?
We will be verifying. I will give the information in a while.
In a
Your
while
Honor.
today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Please.
Thank you.
Kasi
Thank
pag
you.
ganon, nagsalita na yung, technically ba boss mo siya? Nagsalita na yung boss mo, di ba? Dapat nagbe-verify ka na. Kasi tatanungin ko yung boss mo, pag mali yung sinagot niya, tapos hindi kayo nagsalita, di mali yung info natin.
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct, Your Honor.
So kindly, because for the record, you submitted, sabihin ko na lang, para hindi na tayo naghuhulaan. You submitted, okay? Hindi ko to inimbento, kayo nag-submit. 3,450 450 from CDO, and then what is this? No, I can't read this. What is that? Ay, 13 Martires. Ay, bakit? Is it separately? Ano? Okay. So what you submitted to us was 12,000 for Cavite and 3,450 for CDO. So kindly update that. Okay? So I'll go to DFA. I'll wait for Senator Bato before I go to NBI because he's the one who wanted to ask you. So with respect to the applications for passports, who is that frontliner that interacts with a applicant? Who is that? Is it what is the title of that person?
We call that person a consular staff.
Consular staff.
Yes,
And they
yes.
are DFA employees.
Yes, ma'am.
They are not third party hires, or they are DFA employees.
No, they're not. Yeah. Madam Chair, most of our DFA employees are staff, but we have several encoders who are not.
Okay, but they're just encoders.
Yes.
So
yes,
to
Madam
be
Chair.
clear, when I ask sino itong nag-interact, I guess there's somebody who will just receive the documents. Tama ba? Receive, but who does more than ministerial tasks? Who are those people who do more than ministerial? Basically checking that the photo is identical, or do you consider that ministerial? The photo, the face, yeah. Who does those? Whatever tasks are beyond ministerial.
There are 3 steps, Madam Chair. We have people who verify. Yes, Madam Chair, that the documents are submitted, are genuine, that they tally, that there's no...
What does tally mean? Tally with what?
Because sometimes, Madam Chair, they write a different name on the application, and then they are missing one letter from the birth certificate. It happens most of the time.
Yeah, I'm sure that's very common.
Yes, ma'am.
Pero yung ibang-iba naman yung pangalan, hindi naman.
Hindi po.
So yung consistency lang. You're talking
Yes.
about consistency.
Yes, Madam
Like
Chair.
the age and the month
Opo.
of the birth, yung year, di ba?
Yes,
Okay. And the photo with respect to the actual
We check the government issued ID, Madam Chair.
ID,
Yes.
which includes what? Can you enumerate what IDs are these?
Right now, the one that we depend on would be the national ID, ma'am.
Okay.
And then among the other IDs, we also use the driver's license, the PRC ID, the OA e-card. We have the voter's ID.
For first timers, birth certificate is mandatory. Not
Yes, Madam Chair.
not all these other IDs that you're referring to. You need a birth certificate.
Yes, Madam Chair. And one government issued ID.
And in addition, one government issue.
Yes, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
Okay. So going back, that person doing this important process, particularly with the birth certificate, is what? What is the title of that person? Yun yung sabi mo na consular employee?
Yeah, well, we call that a processor. Madam
Processor.
Chair.
So
Yes.
because what I'm driving at, so just help me out. Who is the last stop in your process in ensuring that the documents or the facts are as factual as can be? That processor, or ano yung verification process na yan?
So we have the processor po.
Okay.
And then we have another group that verifies. And then the final one would be the group that would encode the details.
And they're constantly double checking everything.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Overlapping.
Yes, Madam Chair.
So itong mga instances where you found doubtful certificates of birth. Who caught it? Which line there? Iba-iba or normally sinong pasasalamatan natin?
The processors.
The processors.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Mhm.
But are there instances where the processors didn't catch it and then it went to that second level?
Yes, ma'am.
There also are.
Yes,
And are
ma'am.
there instances where it got to the third level?
Yes, ma'am.
So paano kaya yun? Pag lumagpas na sa third, ibig sabihin, it's already out. The error has been made.
Mhm. We have since November sorry, Madam Chair.
Next step is the biometrics.
Since November last year, Madam Chair, we have initiated and broadened our investigation, and we determined that there were several more passports issued to non-Filipinos. And we have taken several steps to ensure that it either does not happen again or it is minimized. Okay, so
Are they just to use the line of questioning of Senator Bato, did they fit a certain profile?
yes,
Like
Madam
a
Chair.
particular nationality?
Yes, Madam Chair.
So parang ang hirap naman, may I ensure that I have the intention of PSA and then kasi NBI also. If it fits a certain profile na paulit-ulit, we have to be very conscious that it's a syndicate then, di ba? We cannot just say na it's not, even though maybe not from the same locality. And I'll ask for I'm not an investigator. That's not my area of expertise. So I'll just ask maybe NBI later on to comment, but that is noteworthy. Okay, so you've broadened and ano ba, retraining or is there a need for what are you just like you said you broaden? So what did you do? But when you say you broaden, what did you do? You just train them further or is what do you do?
Well, one of the things we did was to review all those applications submitted and identify certain areas where there were a lot of first timers with delayed registration of births.
Okay, so thank you for mentioning that. I will go back now to PSA. That's why I was asking the question, how many late registration of adults? How many application of late registration for adults do you receive? Do you have a number na?
Yes, Your Honor. For 2022, Your Honor, we have 904,920 late registered. Of these,
Yeah, you mentioned that, no? Tas
Yes,
yung adult,
the
yun
adults-
nasabi nyo na yan.
so adults we would assume from age 17, 18 ang
Well,
Naka-
officially it's 18.
naka-age group by
It's up to you.
by Fed
Just
kasi.
tell me what
So-
your age grouping is.
So we are of the 904,920, yung adult registration 48,827. Okay, 200 plus 278,096 096 plus 45,899 plus 39,000. 48,827 plus 278 096 plus 45,899 plus 39. 300. So these are for ages from 17 to 22 years old and over, Your Honor.
So,
So
hindi na
we have
17,
out of
22,
the-
22 and older.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Out of 904,920, 372,861 are adult registration, delayed registration.
Okay. I'm guessing you don't have it on you, but can you submit to us the number per year?
Yes, Your
Per
Honor.
year? Because I want to see if there's been an increase. And then do you have that available by area, by region?
Yes, Your Honor.
You
We
have
can-
it now?
We will submit, Your Honor.
But do you have it now? Can
not
you
now, Your Honor.
do you have it now? The region?
Meron na po ba yung-
Meron? Ano yung top 3?
Sige, ma'am. Iano namin, ma'am. Top 3.
Siyempre
Medyo
NCR.
challenge lang kami, ma'am, sa internet dito. Top 3. Pero we can supply that, ma'am.
O, di ganito na lang. I can move on, but if we can get the data within today's hearing, that would be good. Because
Yes, ma'am.
what I will ask you to do is to tell me also if the number of late registrants per region is proportional to the population per region, di ba? Kasi kung I can understand that sa NCR, proportionally, mataas siguro sa NCR. Then if you tell me in a very small region somewhere, ganun kataas, and then you have incidents now coming from those region, then I can investigate it myself because there seems to be a trend. Okay? Sige. So I'll go back to DFA. When you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to inform the honorable body that so far we have prevented over 100 attempts of
100.
foreigners. Yes, Madam Chair, in applying for Philippine passports. Right now, we have over 55 active cases.
Oh, and you filed cases against them.
We
Or
refer
when you say
them.
cases, you mean that you are investigating.
We refer them already, ma'am, to our law enforcement agencies.
Okay.
And we would just like to share that based on the documents presented, we can actually give the body the sources of where the spurious birth certificates originated
okay.
from.
Can you tell us now?
The highest number came from Pasig City,
Wow. Is Pasig here?
39
Sorry?
39 birth certificates, Madam Chair.
Wow.
The second,
So just for the record, no, we'll be sure that the civil register from Pasig is present next week. Next hearing. Yes, go ahead.
the second, Madam Chair, is Santa Cruz, Davao del Sur, with 21
Santa Cruz, Davao del Sur.
delayed registration
Okay.
of births.
Sandali lang ah. So Mr. Libria, you're aware of that you have a high number in a civil what do you call it? LCR under basically within your jurisdiction, you're aware?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, this is the first time to hear that number.
Really?
Madam Chair.
So Mr. Manaog, these things were already brought to your attention during the budget hearing last November. So paano ba yan na di kayo aware and you're not doing anything about it?
Ma'am,
You know, I'm
ganun-
very hesitant to call a Blue Ribbon Committee hearing because I assume that the government agencies involved are doing their jobs. I don't want to do your job for you, and I don't want to embarrass anyone. And if a resolution is filed or if the Blue Ribbon alerts me, I don't even automatically assume that I will have a hearing because if you're doing your job, I'll give you time to do it. But this was last November. So December, January, February, March, 4 months. And he doesn't even know that ang daming nangyayari sa kanya unless iniimbestigahan mo siya na hindi niya rin alam.
No, ma'am. Yung investigation was revolved on the what was referred to us by DFA. That's one case for that particular
So if
LCR.
hindi rin kayo nag-uusap na it's one of the top numbers.
Yes, ma'am. This number came out today, but on what we are investigating, this was referred to us by DFA for verification. So we investigated on those documents.
But,
We
but
would-
it also tells me that on your own, you were incapable of finding out also. Diba? In other words, if you didn't hear of it today, if you didn't call a Blue Ribbon hearing today, you do not know that this is happening. You do not know.
Yeah, this is triggered by what was submitted to other offices and then referred to us. On our own,
On your own, you do not know. That's
Yes.
it. That's part of the problem. No, I mean, if you tell me our systems do not alert us, then we know we have a problem. And most likely, I will ask you to submit the possible solutions because you know your office better than I do.
yes, ma'am. On this case, ma'am, the DFA and the PSA has come into a memorandum of agreement through what we call e-certification. This is
Go ahead.
primarily to address the submission of illegal documents. So what we do in this e-certification is that DFA and PSA gets into data sharing agreement wherein the applicant for a passport would apply for a document, and the applicant will no longer submit physically the document to DFA. DFA will now directly get the document from us so that it will be direct government to government transaction. That's the memorandum of agreement has been signed, and we are crafting now at this time the
When was it
guidelines.
signed?
Last January 24, Madam.
So ngayon
Madam
lang.
Chair. Yes, ma'am.
Like, okay. Well, okay. So that's a good solution. So include that in your written submissions on what your other solutions are. But may I just put on record that because when I ask you like why do you not know, tas sabi mo kasi yun lang naman yung info
Triggered
na
na.
na-pass on sa inyo. So I'm aware that there is an interagency committee against passport irregularities, right? And the members of this interagency is DFA, DOJ, DILG, BSP, BI, NBI, PNP, POEA, and NSO, which is now PSA. So you're a member of that. This was established in 1993. And then I'm not aware of what transpired between 1993 and the present, but I know that as of October 18, 2023, the deliverables of the interagency is for DFA to share the active directory and circulate to the group, to institutionalize quarterly meetings, to circulate this is all on DFA side. DFA to circulate a concept paper, include what plans and actions are needed to be undertaken. DFA to include training on investigation and interviews, and DFA to ensure that they receive the interview questions from BI and NBI. So, well, at least what I see is all on the end of DFA, no? So, as of October. So, I'm just surprised that if I didn't call this meeting, and that's why I go through pains explaining that it's not my heart's desire to pull you all out of your offices. But apparently, if I didn't call this meeting, then you don't know. Or this hearing. Anyway, ASEC Cruz, please continue and respond to that. No, how come they don't know yet?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, right after the November 23 budget deliberation, ma'am, the DFA reconvened the Interagency Committee on Passport Irregularities. We actually had two meetings last December, Madam Chair, one on the 6th and the other on the 18th. And yes, we confirm that the members are indeed the ones you have identified.
Yes.
And we are actually in the process of signing an MOU with all the members in terms of strengthening the national security through interagency synergy to safeguard the Philippine passport's integrity.
Wait, what was the other thing that you just signed?
It's e-certification, Madam Chair.
No, you already mentioned an MOU kanina, no?
We
Ito yun. Ito
drafted
yun.
an MOU.
Yung sabi nyo nung January lang. Itong January lang. What was that?
Oh, that's for apostille.
Ha? Sorry?
For the e-cert, sir.
Yeah, for the e-apostille, ma'am.
For the direct transmission
Yes,
of the
ma'am.
document, that's
Yes,
the
that I
that's the
described.
MOU, and then yours is now
An MOU.
with the other members for the entire membership of the
Yes, Madam Chair.
interagency to basically share all this information.
Yes, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
But I mean, I'm just saying, I will repeat that as of today, he did not know that meron kayong na-identify na high frequency of these
We mentioned it during the meeting in our ICPI,
oh,
the top three.
let the record show na nagtinginan ang PSA and ang DFA.
The top
Anyway.
three sources of
So now you know. So you mentioned the top two was Pasig City, and then Davao del Sur, and then what was that? Do you want the third? I just randomly asked for the top three.
the third is Manila, ma'am.
Sorry. So I know if I'll wait for them, I'll go ahead.
The third is Manila, Madam Chair. The fourth is Quezon City.
Ah. Okay. Anyway, you'll give us a complete list.
We will, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Because my two colleagues had questions with different agencies, I'm just checking if they'd like me to proceed and ask the questions, or they want to propound the questions themselves. So let me just go on to the other agencies while waiting for their reply. So sa Bureau of Immigration, it's you, Mr. Supa, no? Yeah, so can you tell us what do you have numbers similar to DFA in terms of how many incidents do you have, whether it's in a month or in a year, in terms of encountering suspected and then later on confirmed cases of the use of either fake documents or fake content?
Madam Chair, is it possible that my
Of
other
course.
colleagues,
Of
to
course.
present
Of
the
course.
figures?
Yes. Just make space, please. Can you just move a little bit? Or you can let your colleagues sit down.
Yeah.
Good afternoon po, Madam Chair.
Hello, just identify yourself, your name, so we can put it on the record.
I'm Attorney Anisha Haji Hassan po. So,
Yeah, you may sit down.
initially po, not including the case of the Filipino with two
Yes.
identities po. We submitted 17 names po for and endorsed to the NBI for investigation.
17 names from what period? Since when? For this year, last year?
These are ano po, consolidated na for different years.
So 17 lang naman ang na intercept nyo
Yes po.
over a span of a few years.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
So
And do they involve Filipinos or foreigners or what?
foreigners majority
Majority are
po.
foreigners
Yes,
who
Your Honor.
seem to have obtained
different
a Philippine passport,
not necessarily passports po, various Philippine issued
documents. So you counter check sorry, say that again. Not necessarily passport, but
they were, for example, some were intercepted in a parang operation of one of our offices, and then they were
Okay.
found in possession of
fake or
like birth certificates and or yun na po,
other government issued documents,
Yes
maybe. Okay.
Philippine passports and birth certificates.
Okay, sige.
Okay. Ito po yung finish naman.
Sa BIR, okay. Sige, while I'm waiting for our colleagues, I'll go ahead and ask call on BIR. Did this statement come from them? Or no? Saan galing yan? 202. BIR Commissioner. BIR Commissioner. Anyway, I'll proceed with the line of the concern of Senator Gatchalian. No? He mentioned that in his hearings related to POGOs, they actually had an ocular inspection and a number of Philippine issued government documents or Philippine government documents were seen. And the question he is raising is the lack of personal appearance in obtaining these documents. So my question to BIR, and this is Attorney Tibayan, what is your requirement for the issuance of a TIN? What is the process?
Ma'am, just a clarification kasi I was also the one who prepared the report for
Okay.
the I think it committee on women po.
Okay, sige.
Gender ba yan?
So feel free to
Yung findings po kasi ng
elaborate, yeah.
report namin, while the foreign nationals were duly registered, kasi po sa BIR naman, we try to capture as much taxpayers as possible.
Yes. And
So
to be clear to the public that may be listening, hindi bawal na magkaroon ng TIN ang isang foreigner.
Yes.
Kasi kung nagtatrabaho siya dito, dapat nga may TIN siya, di ba? Dapat pa nga talaga may TIN.
At magbayad siya ng tax po.
At magbayad siya
Yes.
ng tax. So walang problema na meron. Kaya nga ang binanggit ko na katanungan is ano yung what is the process to obtain a TIN, because, and pause muna, whether it's with PSA or DFA, does this TIN, and TIN is a tax ID, right? That's what it is. It's a tax ID. Can they use that as suppletory IDs? Not with DFA. How about sa PSA? Nagagamit ba yan for dun sa ibang, dun sa late registration nyo, di ba? You accept other types of IDs. Yung TIN ba, tinatanggap nyo rin?
Ma'am, hindi gaano kasi wala siyang date on birth, date of birth, wala ring place
Okay.
of birth. So, more on
Okay.
the name lang yun, ma'am.
Okay.
Yung ni-require namin, ma'am, yung names, ay government-issued ID that can supply the requirement for name,
Name, birth.
complete name, date of birth, place of birth, and preferably kung may parents. Kaya, number one dun sa list, parang baptismal certificate kasi kompleto yung
Okay.
data, ma'am.
Okay. Anyway, so back to you.
Just to clarify po, yung TIN po, ang details po niya, yung ID mismo, is the TIN number, complete name, address, birth date, and the issuance date of the TIN.
Issuance date of
Apo.
TIN. Okay.
So, yung mismong procurement po of the ID, doon po kami strict. We require personal appearance. No? Yung findings po ng investigation po, yung mga POGO employees na pina-check po sa amin, we discovered na yung mga TIN ID cards nila weren't legitimate. So, they were validly registered sa amin. Unfortunately, yung mismong card, kasi po may QR code po yan eh. So, that's a way to authenticate using our ORUS system.
Yeah.
Kung legitimate nga po yung ID, and it seems that pinaprint po nila sa, hindi ko po alam, sa labas yun or sa recto.
So in other words, they went through the process of applying because they are in your database. Pero yung parang physical proof nila of that ID is not, is fake.
Kasi po, when you register with us. That's how we make it convenient. The employer can register for the employees as long as duly authorized and the proper documentation. Pero when they ask an ID card from us, that's where we become mas strict because we don't want them having fake IDs po. So
if no ID is requested, then the employer can process the TIN application.
yes, opo.
Okay.
So I guess ang nangyayari po nun is yung mga TIN ID po, siguro naisip nila, ay kailangan pa mag-appear personally.
Wag
Baka
na.
naghanap na lang sila ng parang tinatawag ng iba, fixer, ganyan po. Minsan po
But
actually.
what is the use of that ID for them?
Um,
Maybe they use it as an ID.
Possibly po, to present sa government agencies. Pero kung chinek po namin yung QR code, skinan po, hindi po kami nag-issue ng mga
Okay,
yun.
I understand. Is there anything else you want to add?
That's all po, Madam Chair.
Well, sorry, one last question. No? When you say na yung TIN can be facilitated by the employer with the proper authorization, so ano yun? Parang letter authorization, tapos proof of employment, ganon?
SPA po, yes po. And then proof of employment, yung contract po, or yung until what date, hiningi namin hanggang kailan po sila employed. And then valid government IDs po na employees. Yun po yung mga requirements.
Okay. Sige. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ay, wait lang.
Yeah.
Just before we proceed, Senator Bato, what is this? This is yung binibenta sa, so what we see now are screenshots of TINs that are available and also other government IDs.
Being offered for sale.
Okay, so I guess we can take this up with MBI, no? Okay. Sige. So, Senator Bato will take the lead in asking questions from NBI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. NBI, di ba kayo nag-imbestiga noon? Itong kaso na ito? Itong 7 or so far, itong mga kaso na ito na
Meron pong mga na-endorse sa
Meron.
Senator, yes.
so ilang kaso na endorse sa inyo?
In total po, 55 number of names of the foreign nationals endorsed to the NBI po.
55.
Yes.
Puro foreign nationals.
Yes po.
Most of them Chinese.
Other than those intercepted at the airports po, yung iba po kasi hindi pa namin na-establish kung ano yung nationalities nila because of what were endorsed to us or only names of the foreign nationals with their corresponding Philippine names po.
Okay.
So,
were you able to establish kung itong mga tao na ito ay mga Pogo-related personalities?
as of now, Sir Senator, hindi pa po namin siya ma-connect doon with the
Hindi
POGO
pa.
operations. Yes po.
Pero
Pero we are on the...
ginawa niyong investigation is parallel investigation.
yes,
Merong
po,
ginawa
Sir
yung DFA, sila rin, merong ginawa yung kayo NBI, meron din.
Senator. Yes po.
So,
And,
so far, anong findings ninyo? Come up.
meron na po kaming mga recommended for filing of charges against the yung ibang foreign nationals. Kaya lang po, for their request pa for review and evaluation po ng DOJ.
Yung foreign nationals lang ang mga kakasuhan. As far as yung nag-facilitate, involved sa mag-facilitate nito mga papilis nito, wala pa kayo na pinpoint? Wala.
Paunti-unti po, Mr. Senator. But sinisimulan na po. Pending
Yeah, but please,
investigation.
kung meron kayong update, please update this committee para kampante tayo na may nangyayari sa investigation natin at maparusahan ang dapat maparusahan na gumagawa nito dahil as I've said, national security issue ito.
Yes,
Hindi lang ito ordinaryong kalukuhan, kundi national security is at stake. So, kung sino man yung mga kasamahan natin sa gobyerno na involved dito, dapat papanagutin natin. Dahil sila mismo ang nagbibigay ng problema sa ating gobyerno, di ba?
Yes, po, Mr.
So ituloy lang ninyo yung investigation ninyo, then please update this committee para malaman namin, ha?
We will po, Mr.
Yeah,
Senator.
thank you. Salamat. Yun lang, Madam Chair.
Senator Sherwin, would you like to go back to BIR or any other agency?
To Madam Chair, continue the question, continue my questioning with the Bureau of Immigration. Sorry, and this is in relation to the presentation I showed earlier, and I just want to flash on the slide again. Some issued IDs by the Bureau of Immigration, and we'll just flash it on the screen. And it's too small to see here, no? But apparently, the Bureau of Immigration issued an ID, and in the ID, the registered employer is Brick Hearts and Rivendell. And Brick Hearts and Rivendell are POGO entities that were raided August 1 of 2023. And these IDs were recovered November 30 of 2023. So in other words, the registered companies were already raided and closed down 3 or 4 months prior to the November raid. And would like to inquire from the Bureau of Immigration, how come these IDs are still being used even though after the original company, Rivendell and Brick Hearts, were already closed down 3-4 months ago?
Sir, our colleague will speak on the
Go ahead.
matters.
Go ahead. So in other words, even though they're closed down, sarado na itong company, they're not allowed to operate. But these individuals still carry a live current BIID whose registration are under the previous companies who were raided and closed down. So these are just few of the individuals that were apprehended during that time. But we don't know how many of these individuals still carry the same ID going around in our country and showing valid IDs issued by the Bureau of Immigration. So paano nangyari ito? Di ba after the raid, this ID should have been forfeited, should have been revoked, so that they will not be able to use these IDs as a form of identification? Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, Your Honor. Fortunato S. Manahan Jr., the Chief of the Intelligence Division of the Bureau of Immigration. Yes, Your Honor, we agree with your observation. With regard to the Rivendell and other companies that you mentioned, Your Honor, As far as we can remember, there were like 4 big operations that was conducted last year. The Smart Web, Sinchuang, Hongtai, and the Rivendell. We want to share to this committee that all those registered foreign nationals under those company, their ACRI cards and the visas were all revoked already, canceled and revoked. Weeks or months after the raided the operations conducted against those companies. With regard to the ACRI cards found on those companies, yes, we agree because Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, yun po yung the usual illegal activities na ginagawa, jumping from one company to another. That's the reason kung bakit po namin kinakancel ng kanilang mga ACRI cards in violation of the condition of their stay. Meaning they're not supposed to be working on that company pero still sinicircumvent po yung law. And once we found out that they are doing those kinds of illegal activities, definitely we will recommend the immediate cancellation and revocation of their visas and ACRI cards. Thank you, Mr. Honor.
Fast is the process because in this particular case, the raid happened August, but November they're still holding the IDs. So how fast can you? What is the process of revoking these IDs? Because it's already been established that Rivendell and Brick Hearts are illegal companies, but these cards are still valid even after 3 or 4 months after the raid.
Yes, Your Honor. The physical card valid pa rin ho, pero in our system, it's already canceled and revoked. Meaning, if they intend to transact, to convert or to extend or to move to another visa, yung system po namin mag-hit that the iCard in their possession are not valid anymore, and there should be a charge against them because they were involved in a previous illegal operation ng mga law enforcement agencies. Pero the physical card po, it would always say na it's valid unless na kami po ang makahuli and we will destroy the card.
I strongly suggest that the physical card should also be confiscated because in our country, physical cards matter. No, we all know that our government agencies, they're not interconnected. There's no way for one government agencies to check the validity of information through the other government agency. It's a physical card that matters in our country. So once you show the physical cards, immediately you think that this person is legitimate. The card they're holding is also legitimate. But we're talking about crimes. We're talking about those are human trafficking syndicates that were apprehended, and yet they are carrying valid IDs. Even though you're saying in the system it's not valid, but I think it's better to just confiscate it para hindi nila magamit.
Yes, Your Honor. In those cases, yung operation po na yun, yung BI po is not the lead agency. So any turnovers of that Bureau of Immigration documents or cards, definitely the Bureau of Immigration will destroy those cards and for them not to be able to use it.
But these are valid cards, meaning these are issued to these individuals, to these foreign individuals, legitimately.
Yes, Your
And in
Honor.
your process, do they have to go to your office physically to determine that they are present here in our country?
Meron pong activity ang Bureau of Immigration every year, first 3 months of the year. We call it annual reporting. So they have to present that card together with their passports.
But do they have to go there physically, personally?
Yes, Your Honor, but there's an innovation na introduced that soon it can be the use of the technology pwede rin hong magamit to ease up the line and to make the annual reporting comfortable sa mga foreigners.
Okay. And then the purpose of this BI-ACRI card and the BI IDs, what is the purpose of these two documents?
Your Honor, yung ACRI card, may mga categories po yan eh. I think there's like 10 colors of the ACRI cards. One is for the tourists. If you stay there for like 59 days or more, you have to mandatory register, and a physical card will be issued to you. If you're staying as a tourist and if you intend to convert your tourist visa to another visa, meaning permanent or immigrant or non-immigrant, you will be issued again an ACRI card corresponding to the visa that you're applying.
Because what we are seeing in this Pogo, trend in Pogo, is lumilipat-lipat lang sila. They move from one company to the other company. So in other words, they use the same document to move around. No? So anong nangyayari? You raid one, but they move to another company. You raid another one, they move to another company. And for me, what's concerning here is the validity of that document, and of course the physical possession of that document. So that's one angle that we want to be improved. No, if we can somehow collect those physical cards, because they're active in that raid in Pasay. There's active pa rin sila. They're still there. No, they're still there. And it doesn't look good that those cards are registered to a previous company, which was closed down because of human trafficking incidents. No? So that's one. And another one, Madam Chair,
Senator Wayne,
yeah, go ahead.
if I may, dagdagan ko lang konti dun sa about the alien certificate of registration. Yung wala ba sa ninyo, sa protocol ninyo na kapag i-revoke na niyo yung ECR ng isang foreigner, kailangan i-account niyo sila physically. Kasi kung ma-account niyo sila physically, that's the only time na pwede ninyong ma-confiscate yung ECR nila, di ba? So hanggang revoke lang kayo. Revoke lang ganun. Tapos wala na. Hindi na niyo hinahanap yung mga tao na yan kung nasaan na.
Well, Your Honor, for those involved sa recent big operations, yes, we canceled or we revoked the ACRI cards together with their visas. And to update, of course, our system, our legal division or our Bureau of Immigration issues either a deportation order or allow departure order. So meaning mawawala na po sila sa aming system and the record will show that they are deported. With regard to ACRI cards na kailangan po ma-account, the only time po na ma-account namin sila at maka-cancel if they're involved in illegal activities and being caught by our operations like intelligence division operations or the fugitive search unit operations.
Kaya nga, kung na-cancel na niyo yung kanilang, revoke na niyo yung ECR nila, do they still have reason to be here sa Pilipinas? Kung cancel yung ECR, wala nang rason na andito pa sila.
Wala na po.
They have to go out.
It's either they undergo a deportation order or an order to leave issued by the Bureau.
So, yun nga, kung wala nang rason sila, they have no more reason to be here because their ACR is already canceled, dapat physically i-account niyo itong mga tao na ito. Kasi kung hindi natin na-account, hindi natin na-deport, sabi nga ni Senator Win, palipat-lipat lang yan. Lipat dito. Pag na-read yun, lipat na naman doon. Lipat naman doon. So hanggang aabot sa ang punto na yung krimen nila, string of crimes na ginagawa nila. walang katapusan yung krimen nila kung hindi natin na physically account itong mga tao na ito. So I suggest kayo sa BI, dapat i-account niyo physically ito dahil revoke lang ninyo ECR. Afterwards, wala kayong actions taken. So tuloy-tuloy lang rin sila. Not unless mahuli sila sa police for any crime, tapos mapasok sa system ninyo yung revoke na pala ECR na ito, o custody natin ito, then subject for deportation proceedings. So ganun lang tayo kapasive. So dapat active tayo para mahinto na yung mga krimen na patuloy-tuloy na ginagawa itong mga tao na ito. And, yung na-involve sa barilan ng doon sa Port Bonifacio sa BGC. Yung na-involve doon sa anti-kidnapping group ng PNP. Oh, yung tao na yon kung sigurado ako, ganun din yan ang sitwasyon noon. Kung na-account niyo yun, hindi na yun ma-involve sa another crime na kidnapping. Kung in-account niyo, sigurado ako, membro yun ng Pogo na palipat-lipat gano'n na nawala ng trabaho dito, lipat na naman. Tapos nag-devise ng diskarte na ma-involve into kidnapping. Pagkatapos sa kidnapping, ito na. May baril pa. So, wala na sana nangyaring gano'n kung in-account niyo. So, please confer with your boss. Pwede gano'n ang gawin natin. It might be expensive on our part. It might be laborious on our part dahil hanapin mo talaga yan sila di ba? Pero dapat meron kayong sistema na pag sinabing itong tao na ito, located kagad, doon yan, sa pugo ni ganito, ganon. Doon yan nakatira. Account na kagad natin physically, di ba? So, kung lang yan, mga proactive measures na pwede natin gawin para ma-stop itong mga string of crimes, pugo-related crimes na nangyayari.
We fully agree, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Wen.
So I was listening to Senator De La Rosa's questions. My question for purposes of our committee report is, do you need us to pass a law that allows you to deport if there is already a withdrawal of this ACR for certain reasons? I mean, it may be withdrawn because at the moment wala siyang trabaho. Hindi naman yun, di ba? Di naman tayo, makatao naman tayo. Pero pag na-withdraw yun because that person was involved in illegal activity, so obviously there was due process and a hearing already held, maghihiring ka pa ng another? Because under your procedure, you have a hearing before you deport. But technically, there would have already been a hearing of some kind for that ACR to be revoked. So that's my question to you. You can study it, you can answer me, but I need to know for purpose of my recommendations in the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, meron ang Bureau of Immigration po merong new bill na sa Congress. And nandito na po sa Senate. Apo. And what you have mentioned, Madam Chair, I think parang wala pa po yung guidance na ganon to be included sa provisions of the new immigration bill.
So study it and then give me a recommendation. If hindi na wala naman tayong bina-violate na due process, then tell me what kind of law you need to empower you to do that. Because what are they hanging around here for? Parang pang tayo pa yung nag-create ng environment na magstay pa sila. Diba? If that ACR was withdrawn for very valid reasons and not just simply nag-expire lang yung maganda naman yung trabaho dito. Hindi naman ganun, no, to be clear. Okay, so we'll wait for those recommendations. Okay, Senator.
You're absolutely correct, Madam Chair. The ACR is issued to a particular person and a particular company. Tama? Since that company has been raided, no? So wala na yung particular company na yun. And those people are also included in that raid. So it's either that ACR gets canceled and they go back to their homeland because they came here to work for that company. Kung meron silang crime, then of course they get deported. No? But anong nangyari kasi, nakita namin ni Senator Bato, they move around eh. No, sinarito, they move around, and there are so many cases. No? They move around, and the reason why they are being hired also, I heard, is because they have experience already in this type of operation. No? So better to get this type of people rather than get new people, because getting them involved in this type of operation is also very complicated and risky. No? That's why they move around.
But Senator Win, Madam Chair, siguruhin natin ha na itong mga tao na ito is hindi ito yung na-raid previously, nahuli ninyo, tapos nirelease na naman for whatever reasons. Kung may involved dyan na bribery or what, baka nirelease na naman tapos napunta na naman sa ibang kumpanya. Siguruhin natin na hindi nangyari yan ha. Dapat pag nahuli ninyo, take appropriate actions. Huwag niyo pang hayaan yung mga tao ninyo na baka mamaya ma-bribe sila, i-release naman nila yung tao. Balik-balik ang problema natin ito. Umiiling-iling yung ulo ni Colonel Kwan sa likod na hindi na nangyari yan daw, hindi nangyari. Pero ako lang, thinking ko lang ako, aloud, advanced thinking lang ako. I'm not accusing you na ginagawa nyo yan. Ako lang siguruhin natin ha, na pag nahuli, appropriate actions. Pwede ba manahuli? Halimbawa, yung sinabi ni Senator Win na ni-raid yung yung isang kumpanya na yun. Tinik-custody nyo ito yung mga tao na ito. May chance ba na ma-release ninyo kagad, ma-release ninyo ito at ma-recycle, ma-employ na naman sa another Pogo company?
Mr. Chair, I can speak only for the Bureau of Immigration. Two ways lang naman po, three ways lang naman po ang pwedeng mangyari dun sa subject. One is continuous detention and then deportation. The other one is bail, and the other one
Bail.
is the case is dismissed. So
Dismiss. Dismiss sa level ninyo.
sa level po namin.
Level.
Administrative.
Administrative kasi parang quasi kayo, di ba? Quasi judicial kayo na body, yung
Yes,
BI.
yes, Your Honor.
So kayo nagkukuha sa mga immigration cases ninyo.
Yes, Your Honor.
So pwede nga pala kung na-dismiss yung kaso, ma-employ na naman siya sa another illegal Pogo company. Nakalabas dismiss. Or kaya, ano pa yung isang rason, sabi mo?
Bail.
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 Pag on bail siya, hindi naman magtanong yung employer na ang importante niya, meron siyang physical body na marunong mag-Mandarin na magamit niya sa kanyang operations. Hindi mo yung magtatanong kung on bail ka ba o hindi, di ba?
Pero yung, Your Honor, once the subject is on bail, they need to report twice a month.
Wala namang problema. Twice a month, magtrabaho pa rin ako. Pag, end of the month, mag-report ako sa inyo, tapos balik naman ako sa trabaho ko. Di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, paano natin ito, Madam Chair, isolve ang problema? Dahil pabalik-balik Pabalik-balik.
I'm not sure if you've asked, if one of the gentlemen have asked the question, but yung ganun nga na na-raid na, yung employees ba niya, are they put on some kind of a watch list? Like just a watch list, may ganun ba? Natanong ba yun? Sorry, I know you were raising your hand, but can I just get a quick answer on this one? Mr. Manahan? Are they put on some kind of watch list?
Yes, Madam Chair. Once na ma-charge po, na immigration charge ang subject.
No. Hindi siya na-charge. Yung company man lang niya. So if the company was raided, do we have a mechanism kung saan yung mga foreign employees doon are somehow put on a watch list? I'm not saying i-deport mo dahil wala namang nakumit pa na crime, pero yung watch list ba? Kasi nga paikot-ikot nga. And these two gentlemen have kept on saying it. I parang haven't really heard. They're dumbfounded about our lack of doing something about it. So naisip ko na nga na may ganun ba? May watch list? Kasi otherwise, how do we get to a solution?
Yes, Your Honor. One example po yung one of the four big operations po that was conducted last year. Meron hong mga subjects found on the site na na-charge, na-detain, and then na-deport. Or pag victims, allow departure order ng Bureau. So well accounted po sila, Madam Chair. Pero at that time na ginawa yung operation, meron pa hong mga employees yung subject company na wala po sa building. So, may action din pong ginawa ang bureau doon kasi nakita po natin na under that company which was recently canceled by the PAGCOR, meron pa hong mga ibang employees na wala ho doon sa operation. So what the BI did, kinancel na rin po at nirevoke na rin po yung mga visas and the ACRI cards, chinarge na po yung mga yon at nilagay po sa watch list yung mga things.
Telling me us that that's the SOP na.
Yes po.
Okay, if you have that in some kind of guidelines or ano nyo, policy ano nyo, just share it with us. I'd like to recognize our Senate President. Thank you. As you know, I included in my opening statement that the Senate President had made note of all these reports and had immediately referred it to the Blue Ribbon Committee as early as last year when we had our budget session. Mr. President, the floor is yours if you'd like to say something. No. But I'm taking note, Attorney Tejano, you're next. But of course, we give way to the Senate President.
Thank you very much, our dear chairperson. Ma'am, thank you so much for having this. I know you're very busy and we just wanted to take this opportunity to be able to iron out certain things, particularly with the issuance of mga public documents. I'd like to also say thank you to Senator Sherwin and Senator Bato de la Rosa for taking a strong stand on this issue. Sorry for being late, ma'am. There's a whole school here. My daughter's school is here. I'm the host. I know. That's the commission appointments. It all started, gentlemen, ladies, pleasant good afternoon to all sa ating mga kawani ng gobyerno. Magandang hapon po. It all started when I've been getting complaints, particularly on, and I'll just put it bluntly, Chinese nationals having a Filipino not just passports, pati PhilHealth card. Meron pa mga PWD cards and all sorts of local senior citizen cards, which they use as a local ID. It becomes a local ID. These are foreign nationals, and I'm quite shocked and to put it mildly on this issuance because. They use it now to gain access to subdivisions. They gain access now to areas where it's supposed to be only Filipinos that are supposed to be benefiting from, let's say, programs of government. Like, for example, PhilHealth. Can a foreign national actually get PhilHealth that is being paid by taxpayers' money, Filipino taxpayers' money? Is that possible?
Yes. All the residents here.
If the residents, so at least we can answer that and correct that because that is something that that's up for debate. Well, it says when they PhilHealth, there's a whole list that they can take up, and I'm just worried that they may be using this for nefarious things in the Philippines, nefarious actions in the Philippines. Most recently, there was a firefight in the heart of BGC. My God, that was embarrassing. People were showing videos online of it's like a movie where they're actually firing their guns in BGC. And I know the chairperson is from Taguig. And these were, I believe, Chinese nationals that were shooting at our police officers and NBI. First of all, how did they get the guns? Maybe we should look into that. Are their firearms illegal? If they were legal, how did they get them legally? Under our gun laws. Our gun laws is very strict when it comes to the ownership of firearms. Foreigners are not allowed to own firearms in this country. So every time there's an incident involving a foreign national, not just one country, but a foreign national, they always seem to have certain documents, whether it is fake or not. We have to go to the bottom of this, Madam Chair. And I think we have to open the people's eyes on this. And dapat aware na rin yung tao. And that's why I'm happy that we're having this hearing. Aware na po ang taong bayan, lalo-lalo na yung mga registrars at yung mga clerks sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno pag may nag-a-apply. Lalo na yung mga late, late application for birth certificates, for example. Pag late application for birth certificates, pati passport, you better make sure that the person that's being issued the passport is Filipino, and you can easily tell naman eh. You can easily tell. I heard from, I have a friend in the BI, and then iba na daw yung style ng BI na yun when Bureau of Immigration, when they ask apparently, when there are people coming in claiming to be Filipino citizens but don't speak a word of Tagalog or English, or they sparingly speak English, no Tagalog, ginagawa nila, they start asking about local, as a joke, celebrity news. Oh, they ask local celebrities, which is an ingenious way of doing it, because people sometimes memorize things. No? People can memorize the national anthem. People can memorize our national heroes. But when you do the celebrity news, that's current events, hindi na nila masasagot. Things like that. We have to be more, how do you say, creative. That's the right word. We have to be more creative when we're trying to catch these unscrupulous individuals. So I just want to thank the chairperson for this. And I'm appealing to all the government agencies. This is becoming to be a very common incident happening now in our country. So we have to put a stop to this. And if there are people, members of government, that you catch, you find out are actually giving fake, or actually not fake, these are legal documents. But how do you say the word? What's false content through an illegal alien or a non-Filipino? We have to crack the axe on. We have to crack the whip on these guys and let the axe fall on them and apprehend them the soonest possible time. So yun lamang po, yan lang ang gusto ko kasi nakakapagtaka bakit meron mga foreign nationals na may mga legal na dokumento na baril, bakit sila may mga ganitong klase, iba't ibang government ID, pati national ID meron may cases, and I think this is what's being flashed in the screen now, that they even have national IDs na foreigners po sila, hindi naman sila Filipino. So yun lamang po, Madam Chair. I will no longer propound questions. I'd like to listen to our resource persons. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. President. We appreciate the support, and we know that this is really an issue that you have initiated. And actually, before you arrived, we were pointing out that some of the information that was shared with us, we know they had started the investigation precisely because of the information that came out during our budget hearings. Yeah. So our only hope is that this hearing triggers even faster cooperation among all of you, because we cannot solve this in isolation. So let me call on Attorney Tejano, who was raising his hand from Ayakat. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Ma'am, during our raids, 4 raids actually, of these foreign individuals in Pogos, we actually would have physical custody of the whole foreign nationals, of the whole building, and they will be subjected, all of them, Your Honor, to deportation or repatriation, usually shouldered by some of them by the embassies or their employers. However, those who were issued with habeas corpus, or those cases which has been filed with habeas corpus, sila po yung nare-release na foreign individuals. Or those material witnesses that we have in our custody sa tip center, doon po sila. But all of them, Your Honors, are blacklisted and not allowed to come back to the Philippines.
I'm curious, who files a case of habeas corpus on their behalf? Yung employer nila, asawa nila, sino kaya?
Mga lawyers po nila, Your Honor, they have actual lawyers. And minsan po
If
na...
habeas corpus mo yung i-deport, grabe yun ah. But I mean,
and sometimes
do we have a legal expert here? Is it not the right of the Philippine government to determine who is allowed to be in this country? that once you are allowed to enter, of course, it is our job to take care of foreign nationals, diba? To treat them with all the respect due of a human being. Pero if there's a basis to deport,
Most of the
may
cases,
right,
Your
may ganun
Honor,
pala yun. I mean, honestly, that's a
the-
legal, you're a lawyer also. Isn't that like a legal conundrum na parang pwede mo pa palang ipilit na nandito siya sa Pilipinas? Yeah, you will use the writ of habeas corpus to insist that that person can stay in the Philippines as opposed to be deported.
most of the cases, Your Honor, the judge would grant in our
In your
in our
favor.
favor. But there are
May
cases
attempt pa talaga.
such as this foreigner is already married to Filipina and they have already families here in the outside, so they have to be with their families. But most of the time, the court would grant
Okay.
us the favorable order, Your Honors.
Okay.
Madam Chairperson, what's being flashed in the screen? Is this a person
Which
who
one?
is a Vietnamese national who now has a Philippine passport?
Oh, yan yung case mo, asan na si Mr.
How is that even possible?
Yan, ito yun, di ba? Yung case mo. Oo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jane.
Okay. Hindi. So, Mr. President, these are just cases of reported cases, as you had mentioned. Like this one is applied for was already in front of immigration, and then sabi niya she has never first time niya to be an OFW and to leave the country, and yet the record showed that there are two other persons who had previously left with similar data as hers. Ano ba yun? Similar, same passport or same everything but different person in this particular case.
May I, Madam?
Yeah, of
Madam?
course. And then ito yung kaso mo, di ba? Oh, alika, baka gusto kong tanungin ni
Yeah.
Senate President.
Oo, ang katanungan ko kasi po, Madam, is the issuance of the passport. For every crime, you follow the trail, whether it's you follow the evidence. And obviously, if it's money laundering, for example, you follow the money trail. In this case, it is the documents. Just like the other one that you flashed, it was a Vietnamese fellow, all of a sudden, nagkaroon ng Filipino passport. Sino nag-issue ng Filipino passport na yan? Dapat yan accountable. We have to know from the DFA who issued that passport. Now, you find out that person, maybe sindikato yan, maybe hindi niya rin alam. He might show, it says there DFA Davao. He might show, which is strange because he said this person lives in Zambales. Paano naman umabot sa Davao para mag-apply ng passport yung mama? Ibig sabihin, naghahanap ng easy mode of access to these documents yan. Guys, we have to stay sharp. Nandito yung NBI. You guys have to stay sharp. I'm not a police officer. This gentleman beside me is a police officer. You have to follow the trail. Now, pag nahuli niyo yung lalaki nagbigay niya, nag-issue niyan, nag-interview sa kanya, tignan mo yung dokumento. Kasi baka naman, he was acting on the fact na may legal document, may PSA, or may birth certificate from some place in Zambales. Habulin nyo naman yan. Habulin nyo yan na yun. Di ba? So in this particular case, how far have you gone on apprehending those responsible for the issuance of these fake passports? Same goes to the other one. Yung babaeng yun, may dalawang passport, same data. Sino nag-issue niyan? Baka isang tao lang yun. Baka sindikato yan. So yan ang dapat natin bantayan. I'm not saying that there's a syndicate. Possibly. As my son always tells me, you'll never know. My son always tells me that for some strange reason. So, we have to follow the evidence. Okay, dito lang. Dito lang sa Vietnamese individual na ito. Ano na nangyari dyan sa investigation? How far have you gone in trying to apprehend who was the one in charge of giving them these documents? These are legal documents. These are not spurious. These are legal documents.
If I may just summarize and then we get a response, no? So my recollection of this case is the passport was actually issued and it was the BI who caught it, tama ba? And then from there, na-investigahan and it was determined that the document submitted to DFA was authentic, Tama ba? O feel free to correct me. So who wants to continue and tell the Senate President, report to us as requested by the Senate President, what happened then after?
Oh, dito itong case
after
na
that
muna,
was
ma'am, para we
determined?
can find out, we can just focus on this one case. Please proceed, with the permission of the chairperson.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, we would like to thank of course, the Bureau of Immigration for calling our attention. And based on our records, Your Honor, we did determine that the applicant submitted a genuine birth certificate.
Where was the birth certificate? Who issued the birth certificate? Was it the municipality or the
Philippine-
PSA?
The PSA, sir, and a genuine driver's license.
So wala na. What happened there after that?
We have since canceled the passport, sir, December 28, 2023.
That's the point, Madam Chair. It's not just a simple not a simple cancellation of passport. If this happened in the United States, oh my God, the U.S. Homeland Security is going to run after you and whoever issued that document. Bakit naman tayo dito? Kaya walang natatakot sa atin, guys eh. Talaga, walang natatakot sa atin kasi, di cancel mo na lang yung passport. Ganun na lang. So yung nag-issue ng fake document na real, but of course with the fake input of information, goes scot-free. Must have made a couple of $1 million, you know? Unfortunately, because of corruption. We gotta put a stop to these guys. Talagang dapat matigil na to. So, wala na. Ganun hanggang doon na lang? Or what is the recommendation of the DFA? Or what is the recommendation of any agency here, please, on how to explain this issue? Have you already penalized the person involved in releasing that document? PSA, would you like to answer?
Mr. President, good afternoon po. This is among the documents under investigation by PSA. This is the one document that we say this is authentic, that came from PSA indeed. But this one is a case of identity theft, wherein the actual document owner was born in 1996. 2 days later, that person died, and this person assumed 1999.
With due respect, Mr. Manawag, no, I don't need that explanation. I want to hear from you. What the hell did you guys do to correct this and to penalize that fellow who gave that or allowed it to happen? That document from the PSA. Do you do at least some normal? Okay, when you issue is that a late registration, a late request for birth certificate? Late siguro kasi, di ba when you're born in asa tong imong lungsod? Santa Cruz, Davao del Sur. When he's born in the barangay in Davao del Sur, the hospital there will issue the birth certificate, di ba? The locality will issue the birth certificate. Now, if there's none, which happens to many Filipinos, wala silang birth certificate, you go to the PSA now for late registration of birth certificate. Ibig nyo sabihin, napakadali, ganun lang kadali, kumuha ng late registration of birth certificate na yun. Nasasabihin lang nila, ay, ganito, ganyan, meron ng, lalabas na kayo ng late birth certificate. Because I think that is what happened. The gentleman or the person, is it a guy? It's a man, right? Is it a man?
It's a man.
Because the name is in Vietnamese. If that is a man, that person must have been already of age when he applied for that birth certificate.
And this is woman, Your Honor.
Okay, my
And,
mistake. It's a woman. So,
timely-
but that woman, when she applied for that, Mr. Manawag, was of an older child, I guess, or older person, right?
Mr. President, this case is timely registration. This is not a late registration, Your Honor.
What do you mean? She was born here in the Philippines?
Use the identity of a dead person who legitimately was born in the country and died in the country, Your Honor.
Ba na naman to?
Mr.
Siguro,
Sir,
ang last na lang siguro, Chair, Boss Bato. So, ganun lang kadali ito. I mean, anyone can do it, right? Anyone can fake the documents. right now through Photoshop and everything, ibibigay lang sa inyo. Ganun na lang yun. I mean, it's that easy to be able to get a birth certificate from the Philippine Statistics Authority now using fake documents. You don't do a background check.
Your
You
Honor,
don't go back to the municipality to find out if it is true
Mr.
or
President,
valid.
Mr. President, yung pong registration happens at the local civil registrar, Your Honor. Sinasubmit po yan sa PSA once it is registered at the local civil registrar, Your Honor. So it is not actually the PSA that registers people, Your Honor, rather the local civil registrars.
O nga, pero dumating sila sa inyo, may dalang peking dokumento. Peke, sabi mo, it's identity theft. Ngayon, ganun lang ba kadali na basta ang sinasabi mo, garbage in, garbage out. Ang sinasabi mo, wala kaming magawa pag dinala yung dokumento sa amin na merong ganitong mga detalye, ay lalabas na namin yung birth certificate na late registrar. You don't do background checks? There's no form of background check or verification on your part sa PSA?
Your Honor, as a repository of these registered documents from the LCRs, the local civil registrars conducts the investigation and checks the supporting documents as submitted by the registrant, Your Honor. So on our end, we receive what is registered by the local civil registrars, Your Honor.
Okay, question. Alam ba na locals, right now in this investigation, alam ba na local civil registrar na ginamit yung mga dokumento nila? Napatay na yung tao, ginamit ng itong buhay.
Your Honor, the PSA conducted investigation and asked our officials to go to the local civil registrar to verify on the documents required by the local civil registrars on accepting this registration. And the results of the investigation has been discussed earlier, but we will submit it to the committee.
Question, another question. Which local registrar was this person, were the documents coming from for this person, this particular person?
This one is from Zambales, Santa Cruz, Zambales, Your Honor.
Santa Cruz, Zambales.
For your information, Mr. President, we asked them to identify the top 3. They have a list, no? You have a list. You gave us a list. They investigated the top 3 locations where they have the most late registration of birth. Late because, unlike in this particular case, most of the cases we're investigating are the late registration. So they identified Pasig, Davao del Sur, and what was the third? Manila. And they have a list. They have other lists. So anyway, we were just saying that without this hearing, we expect that they would be proceeding exactly as the Senate President was saying. No? That was our point na sana hindi kami kailangan mag-hearing to ensure that all of the necessary steps, not just to resolve that one case, but that they do not happen, because wala pa rin akong narinig sa inyo kung sino ang naimbestigahan at sino ang matatanggal, unless you just didn't volunteer that information. You're both raising your hands. So si Ase Cruz naman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In fairness po, it was the PSA who assisted us in determining the statistics. Yes, ma'am. And the figures that we came out with, those were used by suspected foreign nationals po, who applied for Philippine passports.
But I'm saying, nahanap nyo together, pero yung opinion nyo, as you have been saying it, is ang may jurisdiction doon is their LGU, Mr. President, because the civil registrars are under the jurisdiction of their LGUs. What we have been saying is that they have supervisorial powers over the civil registrar. So you have to be the ones to implement or to, hindi pwedeng kayo ang magsisante dun sa tao, pero pwedeng yung i-recommend na kasuhan yun, di ba? So that's what we're waiting for. Yeah.
Madam Chair, kasi ang gusto natin ang kalalabasan sana ng committee hearing na ito ay makakapatupad tayo ng batas, nagagawa tayo ng batas on increasing the penalties and criminal liabilities of not only these individuals, but also the government agencies who release these documents. Kaya sana habang dinedebate pa namin itong batas na at paano natin paggagawin itong batas na ito, On your side alone, on the DFA, the PSA, the civil registrars under the local government, the DILG, the BI, dapat meron na po kayong processes na medyo dahil dito hindi ganun kadali. May dapat secondary, tertiary level or what you call layers of identification of this particular individual. Di ba po? Kaya nyo nang gawin yun eh. You don't need to wait for us to come up with a law. On your own, if mag-usap-usap kayo, for example, DFA, yung mamang ito hindi naman marunong mag-English. Siguro yung when I apply for my new passport, I go to your office for the picture and all. They always do the interview. Oh, sir, ano ba ganitong anong ilalagay ko dito pangalan? So dapat dagdagan nyo siguro yung interview process. 'Di ba? Kung ano, pag nakita nyo na medyo duda kayo na hindi ito Pilipino at yung kawin niyo yung kasama nyo diyan ay matino, hindi po sindikato, sasabihin niya, sandali, red flag muna natin to. We'll report this muna to our supervisor. Then they report, then you do a secondary investigation. Same with the BI, same with the PSA. Dapat sa PSA, it shouldn't be that easy. Because they're using your document now, because of the mere, siguro, ease of doing business, mabilis. But because of that now, they're utilizing it, the syndicates are utilizing it to get legal documents from you guys.
Mr. President, Your Honor, Madam Chair, dun po sa isubmit naming result ng investigation which we conducted, part of the recommendation there are filing of administrative cases against involved local civil registry personnel. So kasama po yun we have at least 3 identified areas for filing of administrative case. Just to inform the body that in pursuing the investigation, we have this recommendation to pursue administrative cases against hearing officials of the local.
Madam Chair, sinabi mo kayo na top-notcher Davao Sur. Sabihin mo nga sa akin ng mga munisipyo yan at puntahan ko yan ngayong break. Pagsasakaling ko yung mga local civil register dyan. Anong munisipyo? Anong munisipyo?
That was Santa Cruz del Davao del Sur.
Lungsod ko ba? Ano pa?
Your Honor, the
Hometown ko
document,
ba?
the numbers submitted by DFA, we'd like to correct yung record kanina that we say we do not know those numbers. Actually, DFA has been continuously back-channeling, checking the records from our records, submitted records to them. They check it to us through back-channel verification. So yung sinasabi lang, Pasig, Rizal, Metro Manila has 39 cases. These are actually coursed to us for verification on a regular basis, Your Honor.
Here earlier, what were the towns, Your Honor, with the permission of Senator Bato?
Baka may bukid nun, ha? Tingnan mo, baka may bukid nun.
Wala kaming wala. Bukid nun, wala.
Yung
Puro
pong-
mga ano dun.
This was top 3 po as submitted by DFA and as verified by PSA. Pasig,
The city of Pasig.
Pasig
Okay.
City, Santa Cruz, Davao del Sur, and the third is Manila, and Quezon City po yung fourth with 10 cases referred to us po.
Okay.
Ano yung hanap niyo, sir?
Investigations are all ongoing as we speak, ongoing, or because kayo nga ang technical supervision, right? So what do? You write to the mayor and tell them nangyari to, paki-imbestiga, fina-follow up nyo ba? Because I assume that that's where the IACAT comes in to really follow up, because nga medyo may disjoint, di ba? Kasi they're not, the civil registers are not effectively under you. Tama? Am I correct? I mean, who's following up on the cases? Yun yung tanong din ni Senate President. It's not enough na na-deport, di ba? Yeah. Who do you want to answer? Anyone? Oh. Mike.
Madam Chair, for this particular foreign national po, the investigation is pending with us po, with the NBI. And
But sorry if I may interrupt, no. Not just one case. Like katulad niyan, natanong ko ano yung top. is there like an ongoing investigation for all those in the top list? Di ba? Kasi there's something going on. Bakit siya nasa top? May ganon? Is anyone taking the lead on that? Or yan, medyo tinginan tayo. So parang wala. That's the question. How do we end this? Yes, ASEC, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, that is one of the agenda items in our next meeting with the Interagency Task Force on Passport Irregularities po.
Because I would have thought, because thank you for your update earlier that you already had they had two meetings right after our budget, which is good, no? Pero I would have thought that nasama na talaga dapat yan. No, imbestigahan na yon, di ba? Because I was saying that kung pwedeng di ako mag-hearing nito, I won't have a hearing. There's so many things that we have to do. So sana mabilis lang kasi every day that passes, that syndicate is growing. And unfortunately, earlier, both the two gentlemen with me, somebody asked a specific question. One of you, is there a syndicate? And yung sumagot pa nga, parang hindi naman. Di ba? We asked if there's, ang dating sa inyo, hindi. So, either you're even more naive than the average, or I don't know, because you don't think that there's anything,
Madam Chair.
yet suspicious about it.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
If it's okay, I can make a suggestion.
Of course.
Parang lang to make it harder for these unscrupulous individuals from obtaining legitimate government IDs. Maybe we can institutionalize yung TIN ID, BIR TIN ID as a requirement, except of course pag kunwari birth certificate. Since our issued TIN IDs has an authentication mechanism in place, so you just scan the QR code sa Viber scanner and you'll know if it's a legitimate individual ba.
Anyone who pays taxes can get a TIN. Eh? So what you're trying to say is the TIN ID will also say if they're a foreigner or not. Will it have will it be able to trace that if he was a local or a foreigner doing business in the Philippines?
Yung ID po kasi ang nakalagay po doon is address and then name, birth date. So may mga details po doon as to whether yung citizenship right now hindi pa po eh. Pero at least pag skinan yun, you'll find out if duly registered naman siya sa BIR.
Basically, what you're offering is a technology that works for you. That upon scanning it, you can get that information.
Yes, opo.
Yeah, but basically, PSA has their own technology also to that effect, right? I mean,
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm not diminishing in any way your suggestion, but what you're saying is you have a system that works for you. Diba? Yung pag skinan nga, makukuha yung info. Pero may ganun din sila. Kaya lang,
Yung
we have
birth certificates
cases where authentic certification, the actual paper, tapos yung barcode, which is, I guess, supposed to do the same thing, nanggaling sa ibang lugar, nalagay dun sa papel na ninakaw. So may mga ganon.
Itong mga documents kasi na yun, Madam Chair, I just realized these documents now, like passports, they're being utilized now to buy land. They're trying to buy land, homes. So if you're a sindicato na you're into drugs, you're a criminal syndicate into drugs and all that, they can use this person now to buy land, the house where they can manufacture shabu and all sorts of nefarious activities. So,
Pwede
guys,
pwede pa baril.
baril.
Passport.
Baril.
Filipino passport yan eh.
Kasi
Pwede ba
legal ID na yan eh. So guys, we just had to know the severity of the situation. It's 3:00 and I'm being reminded by my Secretary General that we have to start session. But Madam Chair, maybe I think we still need one more hearing for them to report to us. Maybe ask the head of the NBI to please come, Chair, Director, NBI Director to please come, because with due respect, you guys are in charge of this, but it's good that yung bossing yun nandito para alam niya kung gaano kadelikado itong sitwasyon na ito. And he's made aware so that he can support the men and women on the rank and file on this investigation. So after this meeting, I hope that you can already push for policy that can put a stop, another layer of investigation to make sure that the people that are getting these documents are the real, authentic Filipinos. Hindi katulad nito. You know, initially when we brought this up, remember, Madam Chair, when we brought this up during the budget hearing, they were in denial. The agencies were in denial. They were in denial. Even with due respect, pati NBI, tinext ko sila, Ang sabi, wala pa sila mga kaso that they're aware of. And na yun, ang dami na pala. 21 na sa Davao del Sur, sa Pasig, ilan? Sa Pasig? 30, ilang kaso dyan, nabigay ko sa yung listahan, boss. 39 na sa Pasig.
39 Pasig.
And these are the ones that so far we've caught. Baka marami pa dyan na hindi nahuhuli. Hindi pa nahuhuli.
Sindikato na ito.
Definitely. Kasi kung isang lugar,
sindikato na ito.
if you notice, with due respect sa Davao del Sur, sa Santa Cruz, no, I don't know I've been there. I've been to your home in Davao del Sur. Wala akong kilala doon. Si Tata Sala ba? Si Mayor Tata Sala ba? Hala. Si Mayor Sala, kaibigan ko. So, you know, if it happens in one particular place, there's a possibility that this guy who was able to get that will tell now somebody else, doon ka pumunta kasi madaling kumuha niyan. Ganun yun. Di sindikato na yan. Oh, sindikato na yan. Come on, guys. Kawani tayo ng gobyerno dito. We have to do our best to make this, not make this happen. It's an embarrassment to these agencies. So thank you, Madam Chair. No, I think the PSC would like to react.
Mr.
But,
President,
thank you, ma'am.
Madam Chair, on the question on what future policy, kasi at the moment we are in discussion, we've been asked by House of Representatives to comment on a bill, the Civil Registration and Vital Statistics Bill. This is basically to amend the 1931 law creating the civil registration law in the country. So it's an old law that needs to, basically that law do not give power to NSO then to PSA now to penalize local civil registrar. What we can, the farthest that we can do is to recommend to the local chief executive to act or to penalize or to administratively sanction the local civil registrar. But on the part of the PSA, what we can do after investigation is to put them. So basically, the law, the bill is seeking to increase that power of PSA to penalize, to put them under the Philippine Statistics Authority's rule, and also part of the is to add penalties on erring implementers of civil registration law. It also deals on digitalization of the system so that this, in coordination with other agencies that require our, yes.
For the record, we'll probably craft a more comprehensive law, not just amendments to the Civil Registry Act. It should be all-encompassing, from the DFA to the PSA to the BI to the civil registrars. Lahat na nagbibigay nito, pati yung mga nagbibigay ng fake PhilHealth, pati yung nagbibigay ng fake PWD, yung hindi naman PWD na bibigyan ng PWD card. I mean, we will come up with a more comprehensive measure. Yeah, we will also involve the PSA and all the agencies in the TWG.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Let me recognize the presence of Senator Amy Marcos. Senator Amy, the Senate President says we will go into session, but I will give you the floor. I will give you the floor. Really?
I'm just here to listen. Thank you.
Okay.
I know you're wrapping up. Thank you.
Okay, but I mean, by all means, huh? So
Okay,
because we
I'm just
are
here to
wrapping up,
support
but you're okay.
The problem of the fake IDs
Thank you.
that are proliferating throughout the Philippines for every sector, in fact.
Wala
Thank
naman
you.
sa Ilocos na nabibigay ng fake ID.
Hindi, maraming fake PWD. Yung ID, totoo. Pero yung tao, hindi talaga PWD. Racket ng LGU pa.
So, I believe we called on everyone except DMW and DICT. We acknowledge your presence. No, very short questions for DMW. Actually, it is already it's like a self-serving question because the statement I made in the opening is that our OFWs are at most at risk, no, because they're the ones who will bear the brunt of the problem if our passports, if the sanctity of the passport is no longer there, no? So you confirm that?
We confirm that, Madam Chair, and in fact, we have one live case where the identity of an OFW was quote-unquote stolen, and therefore she attempted to leave the country last January on an authentic passport. But upon verification, the records show that she has actually left the
Yeah,
country
the one you
twice
showed.
before
Yeah.
on the same credentials, but obviously fraudulently obtained. So on our
Yes.
part po, when this happens, we immediately cancel the license of the agency involved for immediate action on our part. And just to support your point, Madam Chair, yung vulnerabilities po ng OFWs na dadagdagan kasi nga po as pointed out, na si-circumvent po yung batas natin for household workers dahil the legal age for them to be deployed is 24 years old. So dito, Madam, pumapasok yung kalokohan na
Yeah.
tinaakit ang edad and therefore kung mas bata po talaga actually, mas vulnerable po yung ating OFW. So kasama po kami dun sa quote-unquote nabibiktima nung ating ganitong klaseng operations. But we work very closely with BI and we thank you for the support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. And we'll also ask you to come back to the next hearing because I'd like to explore some more, no, ang the concerns and suggestions also of DMW. And
We'll be
then
glad
for
po.
the ICT, no, we acknowledge that there is an existing MOU between the ICT and DFA for collaboration to digitize consular services, et cetera, no? So just a quick confirmation and then we'll go into details on, because even the budgets, you know, you should talk about that so that it goes on record kasi minsan budget lang ang problema kaya pala hindi na na nagawa yung dapat gawin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. We do have MOU with GFA. We also have coordination with PSA to develop an application to verify the person if he is what or
Who?
kung
Who they
siya
say they
mismo
are.
yung
Who they
dinedeclare
say
niya
they
kung sino
are.
siya.
Yes, yes.
So this app is called the E-Verify, which
Okay.
will be launched on April with PSA.
Okay.
So this is connected with the national ID system.
Mm.
So mapupull out na po yung mga data depende sa kunyari biometrics ng tao. Pag in-scan siya, malalaman kung siya nga talaga yung dinedeclare niyang siya.
Okay.
So DFA could use that system to help on the verification process before issuance of any documents po.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
Quick follow-up lang and no need for an answer today. You've heard all the discussion sa DICT and I truly believe that everything can be solved through digitalization and technology. Just on the POGOs alone, they are TIN ID, DOLE ID, BID, BIID, ACR, PNP, PhilHealth. No? Sa locals, mas marami pa ito. May NBI clearance, may cedula. Di ba? So, meron kang national ID. So, one person will have 10 different IDs. No? I think it's about time to listen to all of this discussion. But even with all of these IDs, we're still getting fooled. No, marami pa ring mga fake, marami pa ring mga fraudulent. So, analyze what's the problem and suggest to us during the next hearing. I think everything can be solved through technology and DICT can, we want DICT to propose to us how do we solve all of these things through information technology.
So at this point, I'd like to thank everyone for the time you gave us. It's been almost more than 4 hours, no? Or around 4 hours. Hindi pa to tapos because we really want to see the problem through, okay? Maybe the first hour we spent basically defining the problem, which as I said was already brought up during the budget. So now we really want to find the solutions, and for that reason we need to make sure that the civil registrars are here and perhaps more concrete steps on the part of the agencies on how to really identify the issues and plug the holes that we have. So I think ang mahalagang mensahe natin hindi dapat nabibili ang pagka-Pilipino, pero sa nakikita natin, nabibili siya. Nabibili siya sa pamamagitan ng sindikato. Kami po doon lang sa konting kwentuhan, parang conclusion natin is mukha namang may sindikato dahil may mga lugar na doon maraming nagre-register ng late birth, yung adult na sila, may edad na sila, saka pa lang sila magpaparegister. Tapos, hindi naman sa bias, pero tinanong ng ating kasamahan, ano ba yung mga nationality nun? Karamihan, lumabas na Chinese. And then, ang isa nating kasamahan, marami ng investigation sa mga POGO. So, it was brought up na ang foreigner, hindi siya makakabili ng lupa, pero kung may hawak ka na Philippine birth certificate and passport, then makakabili ka ng lupa. Paano kung gumising na lang tayo isang araw na hawak na nitong mga Pilipino daw sila, hawak na nila ang lupa. And we all know, especially those who've been in the LGU, nako, once na naumpisan yung land problems, that's another problem that cannot be resolved in one generation. It cannot. So, paano na tayo? So, yun ang pinakamahalaga, and ang kinikilala nating most at risk ay yun ngang mga OFW dahil baka maharang ka sa paglabas ng bansa. In the next hearing, ite-take up natin yung mga specifics na situation sa immigration pagpalabas sila, kasi yung example nung isang babae, hindi na siya nakalabas kasi on record twice na siya lumabas ng bansa never naman siya nakalabas. So in the meantime, the life of that person is put on hold. And possible na hindi, not just possible, we are sure na maraming katulad niya na on hold ang buhay dahil may gumamit ng identity niya, or kahit mismo siya, katulad nung sinasabi mo, Yusek, na maybe they will doctor their birth certificate para lumabas na mas matanda sila, para makapag-abroad sila. So, quick message sa mga kababayan natin, wag niyong dodoktorin at papayag na may magdoktor nung inyong official documents, because not only is it a crime, pero pag nahuli yan, yung nais nyo pang ma-achieve, hindi nyo ma-achieve dahil hindi kayo makakalabas ng bansa, hindi kayo makakapasok doon sa trabaho dahil makuhold lahat ng documents nyo, from your birth certificate to your passport. So on that note, we will suspend this hearing till the next hearing, and please be prepared when you come back. Thank you very much again for your time. May team nagpukpuk na, dali tatakbo ko.